Hey friends, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. It's one of the most powerful ways you can help the channel grow. Every like, comment, and share that you leave in the first few hours of a video tells YouTube that our stories are worth pushing to a bigger audience. With your support, I know we can get to 25,000 subscribers by Halloween. Remember, we never have ads in the middle of our stories. And don't forget, if you want to rep The Darkest Hour, visit thedarkesthouryt.com for exclusive merch you won't find anywhere else. Thanks for being part of this journey. Now, on with the show. I don't drive trucks anymore. Retired a while back. These days, I'm content to sit on my porch with a cup of coffee and watch the world go by a little slower. But back in the 80s, that was my life. Long stretches of highway, greasy diners, and a cab that felt more like home than my own home. Most of you have probably heard a lot of stories about hitchhikers. Back then, it wasn't unusual. Folks stuck their thumb out and someone like me with miles to go would stop. Sometimes they'd chip in for gas. Sometimes they just wanted to ride to the next town. Most of the time, it was harmless. Most of the time. I still think about one night more than the rest. It was late. Would have been around 2 a.m. I was somewhere in the middle of Kansas. Roads so flat and empty that you start to wonder if you're still moving at all. And that's when I saw her, standing on the shoulder, arm stretched out, thumb pointing down the road. She looked young, maybe early 20s, dressed in this old-fashioned white dress, and it didn't make a lot of sense for the weather. It was chilly. You could see her breath if you stepped outside, but she wasn't shivering, just standing there like she'd been waiting all night. Now, I've picked up my fair share of hitchhikers before, but something about her made me hesitate. Still, it was late. I wasn't about to leave someone out there in the cold, so I slowed down and pulled over. She climbed in without a word, just nodded when I asked where she was headed, then finally said something, soft voice, barely above a whisper. She gave me directions to a little town I'd never heard of, said I'd need to turn off down a country road. I didn't think much of it at the time. We drove for a while in silence. I kept sneaking glances in the rearview mirror. Every time I looked, she was sitting there, hands folded in her lap, staring out the window like the fields and darkness were the most interesting thing in the world. When I finally reached the road she told me about, I slowed down. "This the turn?" I asked. No answer. I looked back, and I truly couldn't believe it. The seat was empty. The door definitely didn't open. Didn't feel the cab shift like someone had gotten out. 1 second she was there, and the next she wasn't. I pulled over right there in the middle of the road, hazards on, and I searched. Checked the sleeper, checked outside with my flashlight, even called out for her. Nothing. Just the cold night and a long stretch of empty road. After a while, I figured I'd drive to the address she'd given me, just in case she'd somehow slipped away. It was a little white farmhouse at the end of a dirt drive. I knocked, feeling ridiculous. An older couple answered the door. When I told them what had happened, the woman got this look on her face. I'll never forget it. She asked what the girl looked like. I described her. She said, "That was our daughter. She died on this road 10 years ago." I didn't know what to say. Were they crazy? Was I crazy? They didn't look angry, just sad, like they'd heard it before. Maybe they had. I drove away from that house with my hands gripping the wheels so tight that my knuckles were white. Never picked up another hitchhiker after that. It wasn't like she vanished in a blink. Thinking back, it was slower than that. Each time I glanced in the mirror, it seemed like she was fading, I guess. But it was the darkness, right? A little less there than before, until she wasn't there at all. I don't know what she wanted from me, but it seems like it was a ride home. A chance to relive her last moments. No idea. I just know that I was sharing the truck with someone who didn't really belong in this world anymore. I grew up going to the state fair every summer. It was our family's tradition. Funnel cakes, rides, livestock barns, all of it. Even as I got older, I kept going. Some years with friends, some years by myself. The year that this happened, my grandfather had just passed away a few months earlier. He was the one who always made sure we went, even when money was tight. I didn't feel much like celebrating, but something told me I should go anyway. I was walking near the midway, weaving through the crowd, when I caught sight of him, my grandfather. He was standing by the old Ferris wheel, in the same faded baseball cap that he always wore, watching the people go by. For a second, I thought my brain was just filling in a familiar face in the crowd, but then he turned, clear as day, and smiled at me. It wasn't a long moment, just a few seconds, but it froze me in place, and when I finally blinked, he was gone. No trace of him. I don't know what exactly I saw that day. I know it wasn't really him, but I like to think that maybe it was his way of keeping the tradition alive. One last trip to the fair together. This happened when I was living in a small 2-story house by myself. My bedroom was upstairs, facing the backyard. I remember waking up in the middle of the night because I heard this faint tapping sound. At first, I was half asleep and figured it was just a tree branch brushing against the glass. But then I realized there weren't any trees near that side of the house. Nothing that could have reached the window. The sound wasn't constant. It was like someone lightly tapping their fingernail on the glass every couple of seconds. I laid there listening, trying to convince myself that it was just something shifting in the house. Finally, I sat up, turned on the lamp, and walked over to the window. The second I got close, the tapping stopped. I didn't see anything outside, no shadows or movement, just the yard, still, quiet, and dark. I closed the curtain, told myself I was imagining things. I forced myself to go back to bed. The next morning, though, when I went to open the blinds, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. On the outside of the glass were faint smudges, like someone had pressed their fingers there. I still don't know how to explain that. The window was on the second floor. There was no ledge, no ladder, no way for someone to reach it. It only happened that one night, but every time I think about it, I get that same uneasy feeling I had when I saw those fingerprints. I used to be a cop. Put in 20 years before I decided I'd had enough of late nights and paperwork that never ended. After that, I took a job doing security at a hospital in my city. Seemed like a good way to stay busy without the same level of stress. Now, this wasn't one of the newer hospitals. It had been around forever. The main building used to be a church, and over the decades, they just kept adding on to it. New wings, new floors, always something under construction. You could walk the halls and feel when you'd crossed from old to new. The air definitely felt heavier in the older parts. My shift was overnight, quiet hours mostly, a few drunks in the ER, the occasional lost visitor, but nothing compared to the chaos of being a cop. I thought it would be boring, honestly, but there was one thing that still sticks with me from my time there. Starting with a voice. I was making rounds near the East Wing, which at the time was closed off for construction. The lights were dim down there, just the emergency bulbs casting that yellow glow, and the smell of fresh paint in the air. And that's when I heard clear as day. "Hello?" It was faint, but it echoed just right, like someone had called from one of the empty rooms. I stood there trying to think. Maybe a patient had wandered off, or some kid had gotten lost. I called out, asked if anyone was there, but got nothing back. I checked the wing top to bottom, every door, every hallway, empty. A week later, same thing, different night, different part of the wing, but the same voice. "Hello?" Like someone calling out for a response, but not panicked, almost polite. This time, I took my time, walked the halls slowly, listening. Every time I turned a corner, the voice seemed to move just ahead of me, like it was leading me deeper into the empty wing. Eventually, it stopped altogether, and I found myself standing in a half-renovated room with no ceiling tiles and wires dangling, alone. It kept happening, though. Not every night. Often enough that I started to expect it, though. Always the same tone, same single word, and every time I checked, there was nobody there. One night, I decided to mention it to one of the nurses that I knew well. She gave me this look and said, "Oh, really? So you've heard him?" I asked her what she meant. She told me stories that had been floating around for years, back before the hospital expanded or was even a hospital. When it was still partly the old church, a man had died in that wing. Some said it was a patient, others said it was a priest. It was probably both. Nobody seemed sure, but everyone agreed on one thing. People still heard voices calling out. I wanted to brush it off, but I couldn't. Not after hearing it myself so many times. It really just confirmed what I was already thinking. The last night I worked there, before I finally quit for good, I made one last round through the East Wing. And sure enough, I heard it again. It was the same soft, distant hello for me, drifting through the empty hall. I can't explain it. All I know is that voice wasn't from any patient or staff. Not from this time, anyway. Several years ago, I used to rent a one-bedroom apartment in a somewhat nice neighborhood. But I was meticulous about locking up. Deadbolt, chain when I was inside, everything. Because the neighborhood wasn't that nice. I'd double-check the door every time I left for work. One evening, I came home and noticed right away that something felt not right. The door wasn't locked. At first, I thought maybe I'd slipped up. But then I stepped inside and I saw that things weren't where I left them. Not stolen, just moved. A picture frame slightly angled, the TV remote sitting on the opposite side of the couch, a chair pulled a few inches from the table. It was unsettling, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd been in a rush that morning. Maybe I knocked something over without realizing it. That explanation held until I went into my bedroom. On my dresser sat a small old-fashioned key that I'd never seen before. Not my key, not from any of the doors in my apartment. Just sitting there like someone had placed it carefully in the center. I didn't hear anyone come in. I didn't find any signs of forced entry, just the door being unlocked. I had the locks changed the next day, but the key stayed right where I left it. No locksmith could tell me what it belonged to. I asked at least 3 different ones. To this day, I wonder if someone broke in, or if it was something else entirely. I ended up throwing it away, but I can still picture it. This was a while ago, when I was still in college. A group of us went camping one weekend in the middle of nowhere. It wasn't an official campsite, just a clearing near a creek that we'd found by following an old trail. We'd set up 2 tents, built a fire, and spent the night drinking beer, trying to scare each other with stupid stories. Eventually, most of the group had gone to sleep. There were 4 of us total, and I remember one of my friends, Ethan, had turned in early because he had a headache. He was out cold in the tent while me and the other 2 sat by the fire. That's when I heard Ethan's voice. It was calling my name. Not from the tent, though. From the woods. It came from deep enough that it made me freeze. I looked over at the other 2 to see if they'd heard it too, and both of them had their heads up, listening. Then we heard it again, clear as day. "Hey, Curtis, come here." In unison, we all stood up. One of my friends shouted back, asking if he was okay, but the voice just kept calling, sounding farther away. The thing is, it was identical to Ethan's voice. Definitely his voice, saying my name. I started to panic a little, thinking maybe he'd sleepwalked out of his tent and we didn't notice, though I couldn't figure out why he'd be yelling for us to come out there if that was the case. I grabbed a flashlight and went straight to his tent, unzipped it, pointed the light inside, and there he was, out cold, wrapped in his sleeping bag, breathing steady. He hadn't moved an inch. I stood there for a long moment listening, and from the trees, I swear I heard one last faint call, like it was moving even further away, but was still there. Obviously, I didn't go after it. None of us did. We packed up and left first thing the next morning. Ethan thought that we were messing with him when we told him what had happened. But I know what I heard. Well, we all do. Probably the most unsettling part was that I heard my name being called, but later the others admitted that they'd each heard their own name being called. This happened a couple of years ago, and I still don't know what to make of it. I wasn't drunk, I wasn't sleep deprived, and I know what I saw. I had just started a new job out in southern Colorado, took a small rental house on the edge of town, an older place, quiet. It backed up to a field that turned into woods, and I'd often see deer passing through in the mornings. Peaceful kind of life. About a month in, I started noticing something strange. There was this coyote that started showing up at the edge of the field. At first, I barely gave it a second thought. Pretty common out there. But this one never came too close. It would just watch, always standing still, always facing the house. It showed up around dusk almost every day, always in the exact same spot, like clockwork. After about a week of this, I tried to snap a picture, but when I raised my phone, it trotted back into the tree line. It was just gone. And one night, I stepped out onto the porch to bring in a package, and I found it sitting at the bottom of the steps. Same coyote, still as a statue. Eyes locked on mine. It growled. Not a full snarl, just a deep, low vibration. And it turned its head toward the field, like it wanted me to look. And I did. At first, I didn't see anything. But then in the trees, I noticed movement. Something too big to be another coyote, standing on 2 legs, watching us from between the branches. I blinked, and it was gone. When I looked back down, the coyote was gone too. No sound, no tracks. Gone. That night, I couldn't sleep. Something felt wrong in the house. The walls felt too thin, the lights were flickering. Was it the weather? I don't know. I thought I heard footsteps on the back porch. I got up and looked, sure I was going to see something. But of course, I didn't see anything to match the footsteps. The next evening, I left work late and I got home just after dark. As I pulled up, my headlights swept across the front porch, and I saw it again, the coyote. Only this time, it wasn't standing still. It was pacing, agitated, looking from the house to the field and back again. I thought this thing was trying to warn me, or kill me. I parked, but I didn't get out. I just sat there with my engine running. Something told me not to open the door. About 2 minutes later, I saw the back porch light turn on inside the house. The problem was, I hadn't gone inside yet. I didn't go in that night at all. I drove to a motel and stayed there. The next morning, I went home to find the back door wide open. No sign of forced entry, nothing taken. But my kitchen, it smelled horrible, like garbage and wet earth and metal. Like something had been in there. The coyote never came back after that. And once my time was up, I didn't go back either. But I do wonder if whatever that coyote was trying to warn me about, maybe that stayed. Or maybe that's where it lives. Whatever it was. Having a family member in a branch of the armed services takes a mental toll on everyone involved. My brother Clay and I couldn't have been more different growing up, and that stayed the same way through our adulthood. Clay served in the military while I listened to Rage Against the Machine and skateboarded. He became a police officer in a neighboring city, and I was arrested multiple times for drug possession, theft, and burglary in the city he served. He never had the honor of taking his little brother down, but he would visit me whenever he found out I got locked up again. Clay had always been a serious kid, never joked around, always working his ass off at something. Tough kid too, and that transferred into adulthood. There's still banners at the old gym with Clay's name on it from all of the boxing records and awards he'd won. During our visits, both from behind bars and back home, Clay would come over to our mom's house where I was staying. He'd casually talk about seeing car accidents, homicides, and any other death bringers that you could think of, all while sipping on a cup of coffee. Really troubling things, but he'd talk about them like he was discussing the weather. He told me once that his first interaction with people was usually on one of the worst days of their lives, be it a victim or suspect. The police are never involved because of happy scenarios. Sure, he'd try to play ball with the kids after school when he had the chance. Clay actually smiled when he told those small stories. But as the years passed, Clay's personality became more stoic. Slowly, he stopped sharing pieces of his day because he didn't want to burn us out, even though Mom and I never expressed discomfort about the things he told us. I think retelling the horrors of his day made him relive those moments and re-feel those gut-wrenching emotions. He didn't want to be the rain cloud when he entered the house. When I got my own place, Clay stopped by, rarely. Once it was to drop off a generator. The only other memorable time was when he came to decompress after an especially hard and strange night. The night he came over, it was completely unexpected. I think I was just sitting in my underwear, half asleep on the couch, when Clay started banging on the door. It scared the hell out of me, but along with the pounding, I heard his voice calling my name, telling me to open the door. Once I knew who it was, I jumped to my feet and ran to open it. When I did, Clay walked in, looking like he'd seen a ghost, pale as he could possibly be. I've never seen him like that before. He was visibly shaken. Clay walked over and plopped down on my couch. I asked him what was going on. At first, he just kept repeating that he needed someone to talk to, that he needed to see his brother. Talk about what? I asked. Then, Clay started crying, like I'd never seen him cry before. He said he'd seen something that really messed with his mind. He didn't think that anyone else would believe him, except me. He told me that earlier in the evening he'd responded to a domestic violence call. Before he even approached the scene, he was driving through all these twists and turns in a hilly neighborhood. It's while heading to the house that he saw a woman standing with her kid at the crosswalk, both of them looking straight down. The kid was in Spider-Man pajamas, no shoes. The mom was also in sleeping attire, thin shirt, shorts, no shoes. They definitely didn't look like they should be out there at that time of night. Clay, thinking this was weird, decided to stop. He rolled down his window and asked if they needed help. Neither of them responded. So he asked again, this time louder. That's when the woman lifted her head. Clay saw her face, just a blank expression. It was like her eyes weren't there. They weren't alive. Looking directly at Clay, she didn't say a word. She lifted her right arm and pointed down the road. Clay thought she was gesturing for him to go away. Since he was on his way to a call, he rolled up his window and continued to the call, which happened to be in the same direction the woman was pointing. Less than a mile further, Clay arrived at the house and was the first officer on the scene. The cul-de-sac was quiet, with adjacent houses all dark. The house he approached was indistinguishable from the others. But unlike the homes and families that cohabitated in this community, the house Clay was approaching was hiding a dark secret. He found it after pushing open the unlocked front door. There, in front of Clay, lay a family of 3. 2 of the members were in multiple crudely hacked pieces, and one was closer to the back door, hanging from the foundation banister in the kitchen, all deceased. On what remained of the smaller victim, a Spider-Man logo could be identified through the blood-soaked fabric. This happened when I was 13, maybe 14. Never really talked about it much, not seriously anyway. Around here, it just turned into one of those weird family stories, ones that people tell when they're drinking too much or try to scare the younger kids. But it wasn't a story. I was there. I saw it. I grew up in Nebraska, not far from Kearney. If you've ever driven through the state, you know that kind of place I mean. Flat, open, long stretches of nothing but sky and crops. Summers were humid, full of bugs. You'd sweat through your clothes before lunch and still get sunburned under a ball cap. Anyway, every summer my cousin Travis and I would spend a couple of weeks at our grandparents' farm. They had a couple 100 acres, mostly corn, and their house was one of those 2-story white ones, with a big porch and peeling paint. No internet, no cable, just radio, books, and our own dumb ideas. That summer was hot, too hot. Even the bugs were quiet by midday, and the corn grew taller than I'd ever seen it. Taller than us, even when we stood on our 4-wheeler. Grandpa said the ground was restless. I didn't know what that meant at the time. I thought he was just being weird. But the first night, we noticed the lights. We were out near the back property line, past the grain bins, tossing firecrackers and pretending to be soldiers. And then we saw them. These soft, blue-white glows floating above the corn. Not flashing like fireflies, not even flickering like flames. They moved slow, smooth, like they were weaving between the rows. Travis thought that it was some sort of elevated flashlight, or kids playing with lanterns. I didn't like it. It made the hair on my arm stand up. We ran back to the house, and Grandpa was already on the porch with his boots on, just watching the field. "You boys stay inside tonight," he said, "and close the curtains." We listened. The next day, Travis asked him about the lights. And Grandpa didn't say much, just mumbled something about thin places, how the corn remembers. No clue what that was supposed to mean. That night we stayed up, watching from the second-story window. Around midnight, the lights came back, but there were more this time. 10, maybe 15 of them, moving in patterns, almost like they were dancing. I wanted to wake up Grandpa, but Travis was already sneaking downstairs, said he wanted to see up close. I told him that he was being stupid, but he wouldn't stop. So I followed him. We cut through the back field, careful not to step on the irrigation lines. The lights were still there, pulsing just above the corn. As we got closer, everything got quiet. There was just a faint buzzing in my ears, like when you stand up too fast. And then the corn parted. I swear, it opened up, like something big had moved through it, fast, right in front of us. I turned to Travis, and he was gone. Gone. I called his name. Nothing. Pushed through the stalks. Nothing. Ran back to the house screaming. Grandpa didn't ask questions, just grabbed his shotgun and a lantern, went into the field alone, came back an hour later, empty-handed. His hands were shaking. His shirt was soaked through with sweat, and he wouldn't meet my eyes. We called the cops, the neighbors. They searched for days. Dogs, helicopters. No signs of Travis. No torn clothing. No footprints. Just vanished. The story in town became that he ran away. But we all knew better. Grandpa had the whole field plowed under by the end of the week. Corn destroyed, topsoil overturned. He never grew anything on that part of the land again. Just let it sit there, bare and dusty, like a scar. Years later, I found something buried under his old toolbox in the barn. It was a photo, yellowed with age. It was from the 60s. 4 kids standing in a cornfield, holding hands, smiling. One of them looked just like Travis. In the background, it's faint, but it's visible. One of those lights. I think I technically have 2 ghost stories. When I was in the Navy, I worked in a top-secret area. It had 24-hour security guards at the door, and nobody who didn't have top-secret security clearance could enter. The only people who had access were people that I knew well, and none of them were into practical jokes. So there's no question of this being a trick. For several months on my morning watches, midnight to 8 a.m., I would be working alone in a room, quite a distance from the rest of the watch. The room was at the end of a long corridor, and there was nowhere anyone could possibly hide between the main area and this room. When I had been working there for a few nights, somebody asked me if anything odd had happened while I was there. I asked him what he meant, and he wouldn't say. He said he didn't want to put ideas into my head, but if it happened, I would know. A few nights later, I was at work again, and I heard footsteps coming up the corridor. They weren't ghostly footsteps. It just sounded like regular Navy clodhoppers walking up the hall and into the room. I assumed it was somebody coming up to offer me coffee or a snack, and I kept working with my back to the door. When nobody spoke, I turned around and saw that nobody was there. I went back to work, and slowly, a feeling of tremendous menace came over me. I tried to tell myself it was my imagination and to keep working. But it became more and more intense. I couldn't stay in that room. I went up to the radio room and told the others what had happened, expecting to be laughed at. But nobody laughed. Other people had had the same experience. I went back with some trepidation. and nothing more happened that night. But as long as I worked there, it happened every few days, sometimes only once a night, sometimes 3 or 4 times. Nobody ever found out what it was, but nobody could stay in that room for more than a minute when it happened. My second experience happened when my father was dying. He was in a little cottage hospital in a country town. We were told the end was very near, and so my mother, my brother, and I stayed with him all the time. They told us there were only a few hours left. He held on for much longer than expected, and my mother, who was also terribly ill at the time, was exhausted. I persuaded her to come home with me, to rest for a few hours, and she reluctantly agreed. She went to bed and got some much-needed sleep, and I lay reading while I waited for her to wake up again. I put down my book to give my eyes a rest, and I saw my father standing at the foot of my bed, smiling at me. He was no longer wasted and yellow with jaundice from the cancer that was killing him. He looked like a young man again, not a teenager, but perhaps in his early 30s, and brimming with health. I stared at him in shock for a few moments, and then I closed my eyes, opened them again, and he was gone. Less than a minute later, the phone rang. It was my brother, calling to tell us that my father had just died. Were they really ghosts? I'll never know. I don't really believe in an afterlife, or at least I didn't. But after those experiences, I can never entirely write off the possibility. About 25 years ago, when I was only 7, my family and I visited my cousin and her family in Sacramento on a Saturday. They lived in an apartment right next to a cemetery, with an elementary school right behind the apartment complex. This was definitely located in a rough neighborhood. My cousin, who was about the same age as me, brought me and my older brother to the school's playground. My brother brought a basketball and played at the courts by himself, and I was playing on the structure with my cousin. Randomly, my cousin said that she had to run home, with no explanation whatsoever. She just took off. For some reason, I didn't question her or decide to follow her. I just sat on the structure next to the slide. Then I heard what sounded like 2 voices, one on each side of my ears, grunting at me. I felt a presence, almost like the voices came from 2 people, standing on either side of me. My heart dropped. I wanted to faint. I screamed for my brother, who was playing on the courts, and before I can even tell him what's going on, he started sprinting off. I ran after him with my shoes halfway on. When we ran back to my cousin's house, my brother said he started running because he heard constant banging against the school bungalow and angry grunting voices chasing after him. We went upstairs to look for my cousin, and when we entered her room, she was sitting on her bed, legs crossed, staring off into space. We screamed her name, and she just slowly turned her head to look at us. She looked like she'd been drugged and just mumbled something to us. We couldn't figure out what she was saying, so we just left her room. My brother and I then told our parents and aunts and uncles what happened to us. They just laughed it off. When it was around dinner time, we all gathered around the dinner table, and my cousin came out of her room from upstairs, acting normal again, like nothing happened. My brother and I remember everything to this day. We've reminded our cousin of that day numerous times, and she cannot remember anything. We brought it up to her a couple months ago, and still, she didn't recall ever taking us to that school. I don't know if she was just so scared that she tried to shut that part out of her memory. She always seemed slightly annoyed every time we'd bring it up, or if she truly cannot remember. It was definitely one of the scariest moments I've ever experienced. This is not conventional therapy by any means. However, I tend to use this platform like it is. Mothers with incarcerated lovers. My son's name is Marco Jr. We call him MJ for short. His dad, Marco Sr., has been held at the LSP for half a decade. Round trips there and back close to 6 hours. It's not easy on the gas tank, but it's important to me that MJ gets to see his dad and have him be a part of his life in any way that he can before he's released and he's seen as a stranger when he comes home. We try to make it up there at the end of the month, typically around payday so I can fill my tank. Last weekend we had the same plan. When we got there, me and MJ were searched as procedure, but right afterwards they told us Marco's compound was on lockdown. That sucked. What a waste of gas, makeup, and effort. I wish that they had something on their website to update us with stuff like that. I was pissed, but nothing that we could do about it, so I turned around and we went back out to the car. Heading home, we were about an hour into our drive. I've been trying to keep the atmosphere light by playing his Wiggles CD, singing to every goddamn one of those songs, trying to distract MJ from sad feelings, questions that I didn't want to explain, because I really didn't know why Daddy couldn't come see us. The guard I spoke to wasn't like, oh, here's what's going on right now. I was equally in the dark, 2 peas in a pod, listening to the Wiggles. It's wild to be a parent and have to share these experiences with your child. I read a lot about adverse childhood experiences after Marco got arrested. It's called an ACEs test. I got a pretty decent score. I'm sure Marco would too. The generations of trauma pass down to the next. My goal as a parent is for MJ to check off less of those boxes, get a lower score on this thing than I did. So, we're driving, and in between songs, as one's fading out, I can hear MJ playing with paper. Trying not to divert my attention from the road for too long, I quickly looked over to see him messing around with an envelope. I ask, where'd you get that from? He said a guard gave it to him. I'm like, what? When did they do this? MJ was by my side the whole time, and other than the woman I was working with, there wasn't anyone else around us. For sure not within the proximity of slipping my son a letter. Adding to the weirdness, when I asked what they looked like, MJ described someone that I for sure didn't see in there. He said this guard had broken sunglasses, like one of the lenses was missing in the frames, and the eye that he could see was all black. He actually portrayed this guard as scary looking. MJ also said that he knew his name. The guard called out to him to get his attention. He said, "Hey, MJ." When he turned around, the guard handed him the envelope and walked away. How could I have not seen this happen? If it wasn't for the physical proof he was holding in his hands, I would have just gone along with his imagination. Instead, I gently snatched the envelope out of his hands to get a closer glance at it. But when I saw the envelope had a familiar handwriting, it said, "Love, Marco." I put on my hazards and pulled off the road so I could mentally process MJ's weird story and figure out what was inside the envelope. It was, in fact, a letter from Marco. He would always write us a big front and back letter for me and MJ to read when we got home, filled with positive updates about the progress he's making with work, funny stories, and mostly how much he loves and misses us. It was also dated that day. I thought that Marco must have given the letter to a CO, asked him to deliver the message to us when he got there. It's beyond me. Regardless, I eventually ignored its creepy delivery and was just happy to see what we got. After figuring out it was a letter from Daddy, MJ wanted to still wait until we got home that night to actually read through it. So, we got back on the road, finished the last leg of the trip, full discography of the Wiggles all the way back to Yummy Yummy. Marco would call from jail a few days later, and it only piqued the creepiness of this whole letter thing to like a brand new level that neither of us could make sense of. So, they had that lockdown the day of our visit. I spoke to Marco on the phone that morning, telling him to plan on us being there close to 6. Marco wasn't involved, but he said that there was a huge fight that broke out before noon. Guards knew that it would only escalate between the two groups, so they shut the whole yard down, put everyone back in their cells. When the COs performed a count to make sure everyone was in their cells, they discovered 2 prisoners unaccounted for. That had everyone on staff running around looking for them. When Marco saw a CO named Lewis walk by his cell, he stopped him, asked Lewis the favor of giving us the letter if he saw us that day. He told him what time we were going to arrive and showed him a picture of us that he had. Marco said that he and Lewis were cool with each other, so Lewis took the letter. When I let him know that NJ got to meet him when we were there, Marco said that wasn't possible. I told him, well, somebody else gave MJ your letter then, but it was delivered and we read it right when we got home. I then told him what the letter talked about to solidify that yes, we did get it, and yes, we did read it. Marco, again, almost defensively, replies that it wasn't possible for us to have received the letter because it was delivered back to him later that next day while they were still in lockdown. Marco says that the prisoners that went missing, they didn't get too far, and Lewis had been the first officer to find their hiding spot. The inmates, they strangled and stabbed him before the other COs could come to his rescue. Marco said that Lewis was a really good guy that all the inmates liked. Everyone was shaken up about it. I'm on the other end of the phone line, obviously doing my best to console him because he sounds genuinely affected by the passing of Lewis, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, this is crazy. I have this letter around here somewhere. So while we're on the phone and I'm listening to him talk and reminisce about Lewis, I'm tearing apart the house looking for this letter to prove I'm not crazy. But I can't find it. Not in the house. Not in the car. MJ didn't know where it went either. I did a more extensive search after I got off the phone with no better luck. Now it's been over a week, and neither MJ or I have seen that letter since, though both of us know that we had it at one point in time. So, what now? Just let it go, right? Don't dedicate my life to solving this mystery of the teleporting letter and Lewis the ghost. I'm sure obsessing over this would traumatize MJ, add to his already growing ACE score. So, just let it go, right? Right? But wow, that's a hard thing to swallow and just keep on moving like my perception of reality hasn't been glitterified. And since I can't seem to let it go, I'm sharing my story here. I don't really know why, but maybe somebody else has had an experience with a teleporting letter. There was a show that aired in the early 90s that me and my brother got super into called James Randi, Psychic Detective. It was a program filmed in front of a live audience, and the host, James Randi, would have guests on, all who claimed to possess psychic or unworldly abilities. Then, under controlled experiments, if they can prove their abilities to be true, they'd win a cash prize of $100,000. And wouldn't you be surprised to know that none of the contestants ever won the money over the whole duration of the show being on the air? James Randi was always polite, a very matter-of-fact person when he'd gesture the failed psychic off the stage, and every time, the looks on their faces were so sad, like they really thought they were going to do whatever they were going to do. How do you get such grandiose levels of delusion? To put yourself through that humiliation on TV, in front of a live audience. They volunteered their time to go do that too. It's not like James Randi traveled to their place of business with a camera crew and put them on blast. These people did it to themselves. They probably pulled a couple of fast ones in their small towns, thought that they were good enough for the big time. Phony, fake, magician valor. Keeping all this in mind, names have been changed because my brother actually did make a little name for himself in the journalism field, and he works for a news station. Sometimes he takes me along or lets me get backstage with him when they're doing fun events, and I wouldn't want to ruin that. Most I can say is, if you live in the South, let's say Southeast, and watch the morning news, a morning news anchor that you see dressed in a nice suit, looking all professional while he delivers the headlines, that's actually my big brother in disguise. And this story is about when he was in his first year of college. In the suburban area we lived, right before the houses start turning into businesses, there was a psychic that ran her business out of her house. This place had always been there ever since I could remember. No matter what time, day or night, the neon sign in the window has never been turned off. It looked expensive. The sign took up most of the front window. It was a humongous hand with an eye in the center. Psychic was written above the eye, making it look like it had eyelashes. The owner was a woman. I'd say she was in her late 40s. She looked about our mom's age at the time. Her hair was dyed black, Alice Cooper-looking makeup, the whole 9 yards. But that's all I ever saw of her, until my brother Pete came home on vacation, first semester of college. He was determined to write an investigative hit piece on our local town psychic, expose her for the fraud that she was, blah, blah, blah. He came home like his whole GPA would plummet if he didn't bring this lady down over his 2-week break that he had back in town. He did some of his freshman psychology and convinced me to join him on his mission. I was 15. It was either that or stay home with our parents. I said, yeah, sign me up. He brought home a bunch of spy gadgets like tiny mics and cameras, showed me how to use the recording equipment. His first plan was to call the place himself, ask for an appointment with a made-up story, but we couldn't even find a listing in the phone book. He would have to walk in and do it in person. For his first interaction, Pete was mic'd up while I sat in the back seat of his car, with my lap filled with a clunky transmitter linked up to a tape recorder-looking thing. I don't know how all of it hooked up, but my job was to listen in with these big headphones and move the wire transmitter around if he got staticky. We parked across the street and Pete got out to go in, but when he tried the door, it was locked. Under the neon sign in the window next to the door, there was a much smaller sign with a phone number that he wrote down. But since we'd already made the trip, he knocked. Nobody came to the door. Persistent, Pete kept with rap-tap-tapping on the glass. A disadvantage about working from home is that people have a good idea at knowing when you're there, because all of your cars are in the driveway. That's what made Pete continue knocking. Then, she just appeared at the door. She didn't open it, but she was standing on the other side of the glass, glaring at Pete. I hear him go, "Whoa," and her ask what. He says, "I need a psychic reading," and she says no, then disappeared from the door. Pete starts knocking again and trying to explain his made-up story and why he desperately needs her services, saying that he'll pay her $100. She returns to the glass and tells him that she doesn't take on clients and to go away. Pete says, "But I need your help." She says, "No, you don't," then disappears from the door again. Pete slowly walks back to the car. There's a defeat in his voice that the recording captures when he gets in, along with him cussing at me because I hadn't yet turned off the recorder. Next day, he calls the number that he wrote down, and in a surprising change of predictions that we had, she answered almost on the first ring. It caught Pete off guard, and his first lines are a stammering bumble. Something about his 15-year-old sister's been kidnapped, case has gone cold, needs her help. Somehow, she recognized his voice, confirms that they'd met the day before. He says yes, and then there's a long pause on the phone. Then, she says 3 o'clock and hangs up. Pete says thank you to a dial tone before hanging up his line. He tells me she took the bait. Then we went to the garage and began setting up the equipment in his car. fitting him up with his spy gear. This time he was going to use a small camera, concealed under a baseball cap. Up until we left for his appointment, Pete spent the whole time making sure everything was perfect and rehearsing his story, telling me to throw him a curveball question so he can practice improvising answers. He was ready. He was going to go in there with some random stuff he collected around the house, claim that they were mine, and then ask if she could get a sense as to what happened in my cold case. We got there punctually at 2:50, but the door remained locked until 3. On the dot of 3, the mic picked up a loud squeak when the bolt locks turned on the inside of the door, and then it opened on its own. The moment Pete steps through the threshold of the building, all of his electrical equipment went haywire. I tried moving the transmitter in all different ways, but the static wouldn't let up. Then everything in the car just shut down. He went in there, unaware that his gear had malfunctioned, and closed the door behind him. Now this part is purely from my brother's point of view because none of the equipment would come back on. But there was no reason for him to have lied about what happened and intentionally tank his potential grade for this investigative story. When he returned back to the car, I didn't know how much time had passed. I didn't have a watch on, but he couldn't have been in there for more than 10 minutes. At first, he didn't say anything when he got in the car. I was on the edge of my seat asking what happened. What did it look like in there? Did she buy the story? But then it was the first time I'd seen my big brother cry. He put his head on his steering wheel before focusing a response between his clenched teeth. All he said was, "She's real." Then he stepped on the gas and we drove back home. The car ride was quiet. I could see Pete was still trying to process everything. Eventually he settled down, and I was able to get the whole story about what had happened. When he walked in, she was sitting at a table at the far end of the darkened room. Pete walks in and thanks her for seeing him, and he approaches the table with the items for her to inspect. Behind the woman, incense were burning, and Pete said that he saw a human figure form in the smoke and became a solid entity, standing behind the woman's chair. Again, though, we grew up watching James Randi. Pete was prepared for her tricks. She doesn't acknowledge the being behind her, and Pete ignores it as well, doing his best not to look intimidated or even entertained by something he thought debunkable. My sad cold case story is retold. As she pushes some of the items around on the table in front of her, her hand freezes over an old book. She looks up from the table. She stares deep into my brother's eyes. She says, "Your sister is not missing, but someone else is trying to talk to you." Pete sticks to his story, but is willing to see what she means by someone else. He asks, "Who?" And she asks, "Do you have an uncle, Norman?" He says, "Yes, because we really did have an Uncle Norman." She asked if he died. Pete says yes, because Norm had died in an accident a few years earlier. Norm was like Pete's idol or hero. When she mentioned his name, his skepticism began to melt, and he couldn't hide his genuine emotional response when she started talking about him. We hadn't role-played a situation like this. Pete didn't know how to respond to getting called out directly, still staring right at him. She tells him that she knew he was there under false pretenses. He gave up the goods and admitted to the hit piece he was trying to write for class. How do you stay in business if you don't take clients? Who are you ripping off to pay for all of this expensive stuff? With no other options, he let his questions fly. She told him she doesn't take monetary payments for her services. She knows who really needs her and who doesn't. The decorations in her home and even the home itself were gifts for her, ones that had been given by grateful clients. Then she says, "Norm is here though, and he wants to tell you that he's burning in hell for eternity." She laughs and tells Pete that his soul was weak, and that she'll make sure demons devour it to recoup Pete's disrespect. He stood up from the table, started to gather the things that he brought. The woman left him with one last warning before Pete could run out. She addressed him by his real name, saying, "Pete, heed this warning, or you too will join your pathetic Uncle Norm in hell. Never return to this property. If you're walking down the sidewalk, cross the street before you reach my house, or your last name will be a synonym for cursed misfortune." He says he didn't even try to remember that, but he can't forget it. The cloud figure standing behind her then moved like it was coming towards Pete, and that's when he almost fell trying to get out of there. And that was the end of it. I think he changed the topic of his investigative piece on some protests happening at his campus. It was the last time my brother ever attempted that hard-hitting nose-to-the-ground journalism. He traded it for a more political field and never looked back. That psychic's house is still there to this day, and to this day, I don't really have any reason to be walking on that sidewalk, entering town, but if I ever do find myself moseying up that way, I make sure to cross the street before passing the house. All the weirdness started subtly enough that we were able to brush it off at first, like an echo of something we didn't quite catch or a trick of the mind. The time that I heard it, I was home alone, lying on the couch, scrolling through my phone. It was quiet in the house. My parents were out for dinner, and the ticking of the clock in the kitchen was the only sound filling the space as I silently scrolled on my phone. I didn't even think twice about it when I heard my mom's voice from upstairs. "Claire, did you finish your homework yet?" I groaned, rolling my eyes. Typical. Even when she's not home, she's nagging me about school. "Yeah, Mom," I shouted back, not thinking twice about it again. The house went quiet. It wasn't until a few minutes later, as I went back to scrolling, that something clicked in my mind, and then my stomach dropped. I sat up quickly, heart pounding in my chest. My parents weren't home. I'd watched them pull out of the driveway 2 hours ago. I stared at the ceiling. I knew deep down there was no way that she could have been here. I slowly stood up, glancing at the front door, double-checking that it was locked, and then I hesitantly climbed the stairs, each step creaking under my weight, and with every creak, I felt more and more certain I wasn't going to like what I found, but I kept going. I reached the top of the stairs and listened. Nothing. My bedroom door was ajar and the hallway was still. It was dimly lit from the outside. I peeked into my room, expecting, well, I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but it was empty, just as I'd left it. No sign of my mom, no sign of anyone. Even though I convinced myself I had imagined it, I don't think I really believed that deep down, but it was the only logical explanation. I must have just been really tired. Maybe my brain was playing tricks on me. So I locked my bedroom door that night just in case and fell asleep without thinking about it again. It wasn't until a week later, when I overheard my mom talking to my dad in the kitchen, that I realized I wasn't the only one. "I heard her, Mark," my mom said, her voice low and shaky. "I heard Claire calling for me from the other room. She was saying, 'Mom, I'm home,' but when I checked, she wasn't there." I froze just outside the doorway, trying to hear more. "What?" My dad's voice was confused. "You sure you didn't just imagine it?" "I'm telling you, Mark, it was her voice." I went to the front room expecting to see her, but the house was empty. I even called her, and she said she was still at school. It didn't make any sense. I stood in the hallway processing what I was hearing. It wasn't just me. My mom had heard something too. She had heard me when I wasn't home. The air in the house suddenly felt colder and heavier, like it was pressing down on me. I just wanted to be in the same room with them, so I made my appearance known. I didn't share my experience, though, and my mom didn't share hers with me directly. But I started paying more attention after that, and it happened again a few days later. Only this time, my dad heard it. We were all sitting in the living room watching TV when Dad suddenly paused the show and cocked his head to the side. "Did you hear that?" he asked, frowning. "Hear what?" I said, glancing at the screen, thinking he meant something on the show. "I just heard your mom calling for me from the kitchen." He stood up, looking confused. "But she's sitting right here." Mom and I both exchanged glances. I could see the tension in her face, the same unease that I had been feeling ever since the first time I heard her voice. "I didn't say anything," Mom said quietly. And Dad, well, he didn't respond. He just walked into the kitchen, his steps slow and careful, and a moment later he came back, his face pale. "No one's in there." My mom and I sort of looked at each other like, well, yeah. But after that, the voices started happening more frequently. We would be sitting at dinner and I'd hear my dad's voice from upstairs, laughing like he was on the phone, except he was right in front of me, chewing his food in silence. Or my mom would hear me singing in my room, only to knock on my door and find I wasn't even home. But the worst was last night. I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep when I heard it again, my dad's voice, low and muffled, coming from just outside my bedroom door. He was talking quietly, as if he were on the phone. I could hear the faint rise and fall of his voice, but I couldn't make out any words. "Dad?" I called. The talking stopped. I sat up in bed, straining to hear, but there was nothing, just silence. I got up and tiptoed to the door, pulling it open slowly. The hallway was dark, and I couldn't see anyone. My parents' bedroom door was closed, but no light was coming from under the door. They were asleep. I felt my skin crawl as I quietly shut my door, locking it, and crawling back into bed. This morning I woke up to find my mom sitting at the kitchen table, staring at her coffee cup like it held all the answers to what was happening. She looked up when I walked in and she gave me a weak smile. "Did you hear it again?" she asked. I nodded, too tired to pretend I hadn't. My dad joined us a few minutes later, rubbing his eyes, sitting down, not saying anything at all. I could tell that he hadn't slept well either. None of us said much over breakfast. There was a thick, sort of uncomfortable silence hanging in the air, like we were all waiting for something. The voices, they didn't appear to be going away. If anything, they were getting worse. What scares me the most isn't that we're hearing these voices. It's the fact that they sound so real. Every time I hear my mom's voice calling from upstairs, every time my dad is laughing in the other room, it's like they were really there. Like there is an invisible version of our family living in the same house, going about their day, mimicking us. I don't know what's going on, and I don't know how to make it stop. I guess I'm just hoping that my parents are as affected by it as me, and that we can figure something out. Until then, if I hear someone calling my name from another room, I'm not answering. "20 years ago, I worked nights as a nurse, and there's one patient that I've never been able to forget. He wasn't admitted for anything life-threatening, just dehydration after a long stretch of heat, mid-40s, polite, easygoing. You would expect it would be a simple case. But every time I walked into his room, the air, the pressure, it was heavier. Not enough to sound alarms, just enough that it made me notice. I'd step back into the hallway and it was gone. Step inside again and there it was, sitting on my chest. He stayed upright in bed most of the night, eyes fixed past me on the wall. His lips moved constantly. A soft murmur I couldn't place at first. When I leaned closer, I realized that he was saying names, not staff or family, names that didn't belong to anyone I knew. And then I heard my own. When I came back later, he finally looked at me. His gaze locked in place, not quite finding my face, as if I were glass and he was staring through me at something further off. And then he said, "You know me. You've always known me." The words came out deeper than his usual tone. Steady, measured, too precise to sound like they were coming from a man lying in a hospital bed. Every muscle in my body went still. I didn't step forward or shift. I just waited while his stare bored through me. And then as quickly as it started, his eyes slid shut. His head rested back against the pillow, and he looked like he'd simply fallen asleep. The next morning I asked if he remembered anything unusual. He told me that he hadn't stirred once. It was the best sleep he'd had in days. On paper, nothing was wrong. Vitals stable, fluids working. But I couldn't shake the way his words carried weight. Delivered with the precision of someone who knew exactly what they were saying, even though it didn't make sense. I've seen patients under heavy medication, wild with fever, lost in confusion. When he was eventually discharged, that room, it still felt the same way. I honestly became convinced that he'd left something behind. And that was my last month working nights there. But even decades later, I'll hear the memory of that voice, usually in my dreams. The calm certainty of it saying my name, reminding me I'd always known it. And in those dreams, I almost believe that I did. The whole experience is so unsettling. I've never really known what to call it. Didn't quite feel like a spiritual experience, but it did feel a little out of this world. I used to work at a store on a little island in the South Pacific. I'm American, but I ended up living there for a couple of years around 2010. The job itself was fine, but the store, it had something inside of it. Call it a ghost, a spirit, whatever you want, but it had the habit of messing with me. The store only had one way in and out. 2 keys existed. My boss had one, and I had the other. The rest of the staff had to wait for one of us to open up. From the office to the door, you had to cut around a corner and squeeze through this narrow stretch between the wall and the service counter. And that's where the weird stuff always seemed to happen. I stayed up late often, usually to use the internet. Out there, the internet was insanely expensive, like $350 a month for dial-up speeds. So staying after hours was my little luxury. I'd smoke a lot back then, so I'd step out for breaks during these late-night internet sessions. And that's when I first noticed something. More than once, I'd come back to find boxes stacked right across that narrow path to the door. At first, I thought it was just the guy from the counter being lazy. I told him to make sure he threw them out before he left, and he swore he always did. Yet, night after night, the boxes reappeared. Then it got a little weirder. We had 2 flags, the island's flag and the U.S. flag, because the company was American-owned. Every night, they were taken down and tucked behind the counter. One night, when I was heading out for a smoke, both flags were stretched across the counter and the shelf, like someone had carefully laid them out to block me. The problem was, no one could have gotten in without me hearing it. The security guard right outside the only door swore that no one went in, and I knew where my boss was, drinking at the airport before a trip. That was when I stopped staying late just to surf the internet. But the thing that really freaked me out happened not long after. A coworker and I had gone across the street to a resort bar to grab a couple of drinks before heading to my boss's daughter's birthday party. First birthdays there are huge, bigger than weddings or funerals. It's the most important celebration in the culture because historically, so many babies didn't make it to their first year. So there was no chance my boss was leaving his own party to play some elaborate prank. Before we left the bar, I decided to duck back into the store to use the bathroom. It was dark inside, but I knew the layout well enough to walk in blind. I slipped past the counter, through the office, and into the bathroom. And then I heard a loud clink, a clank, clank, like metal scraping across the tile. It came from the direction of the door. My first thought was that my friend had changed his mind and tried the lock, but the sound didn't match. It was too heavy and too clunky. When I finished and came back out, walking the same exact path that I had taken a minute earlier, I crashed straight into one of the customer bar stools. Only it wasn't where it should have been. That stool had been pulled several feet, dragged around the corner, and placed directly in the path I had just walked. That was the sound I heard, the metal legs scraping across the floor. The second I realized that, every hair on my body stood up, and my chest physically tightened like I couldn't breathe. I bolted the rest of the way out and nearly ripped the door off its hinges. The security guard swore that no one went inside. My friend hadn't moved, and like I said, my boss was at his daughter's party, one of the most important days of his life. I wasn't the only one with stories either. One of the warehouse guys refused to go upstairs because he swore that he'd seen a black shadow woman up there more than once. Other employees admitted to weird moments too, though not as direct as mine. The building itself wasn't that old, but the island had a dark past. During World War II, Japanese forces occupied it. The stories from that time are brutal. Assaults, murders, entire families wiped out. Maybe whatever it was in that store was tied to that history. I don't know. All I know is that it had this trick it loved to do, blocking my path. Sometimes with boxes, sometimes with flags, even bar stools. It didn't want me comfortable, and it didn't want me forgetting it was there. I don't claim to know what I experienced, but I can say that after that night, I never went back into that building after dark. I've been driving a rig for a little over 3 years now, but I'm currently looking for some new work. Some people enjoy the lifestyle, but it's just not for me. I grew up in a city where the only thing you had to worry about were the other people, robberies, murderers, and the like. But when you're driving through open roads in the middle of nowhere, there are much worse concerns. Concerns I never considered when I took the job. Most of the time, the worst you'll encounter are poor drivers and traffic jams. But I recently drove through the night in order to finish a haul before my kid's birthday. To be fair, I did make it back for his party, just not without a price. It was well past 1 a.m. on a long stretch of highway when I had a back tire blow out on the passenger side. Huge strips of rubber were on the road, and I had just come around a curve. I couldn't leave it there for someone to hit, so I pulled over, grabbed a flashlight. I was more annoyed than anything. It's just exactly my type of luck. Once the rubber was off the road, I dug out all of the tire tools and got to work. Right when I got the old one off, I started hearing something big moving around in the woods behind me. At first, I ignored it, but as it got closer, I realized it was something on 2 legs. We don't have bears around here. That made me think it was a human, which meant fuck that tire. I threw my tools into the cab and then retrieved the safety triangles. As I ran back, I could hear the footsteps just inside the tree line, running with me. I screamed that I had a gun, even though I didn't. Not that it did any good. When I stopped to jump into the driver's seat, I saw what had been chasing me in a small opening between the trees. It was inhumanly big. Its head was at least 9 feet high, and its shoulders were the width of 2 linebackers. Shit, maybe 3, I don't know. It only stopped to look at me for a split second. Once I was inside the cab, it continued running forward. I got the rig moving as fast as she could go, but within a few hundred yards, it darted into the road. I only caught a glimpse of it as it charged towards the passenger door. It all happened so fast. It was on all fours now. I know its body was the size of a brown bear, but its body was jet black, and its head was more like a wolf's. The ears and the snout were long and pointed, and it was bearing huge fangs. I can't really pinpoint what was strange about its teeth. It's like there were more than there should have been, but I swerved so fast that it all seemed to blur together. It slammed into the back of my cab so hard that I thought it must be dead, but it flew back into the woods like it hadn't felt a thing. There was a second I didn't know if I was going to be able to straighten the rig out, but once I did, I didn't stop until I made it to town. By then, I'd begun to question everything. Did I really see what I think I saw? Did I even get a flat tire? Was I just that overworked and overstressed? But then I got out and saw the damage. There had definitely been a flat, and something had definitely hit my truck. There was a huge dent in the side like it had been hit with a wrecking ball. The insurance claim says it was a deer because what the hell else was I supposed to say? A giant wolf-bear monster attacked me? Nah, I have enough problems, thank you very much. This is the only place that I've told the truth, and it's the only place I intend to ever share it. Maybe now I can stop obsessing over it. One thing is for sure. I haven't driven at night since, and I don't think I ever will. Back in the 70s and 80s, it wasn't uncommon for highway patrol officers or state troopers to have CB radios. In fact, almost every truck on the road had one. It was a different time, where communication over the airwaves was key to keeping the roads safe. By 1980, I was running night shifts for a trucking company out of California, driving from one terminal to another on a scheduled route, 5 nights a week. There were plenty of other drivers doing the same thing, and over time, you got to know each other pretty well. We'd chat on the radio, share road conditions, or just pass the time on those long stretches of highway. One particular night, I was cruising along when I noticed a California Highway Patrol, CHP car, out in the fast lane with its lights flashing. It struck me as odd since I hadn't seen any speeders blow past me recently. Curiosity got the better of me, so I picked up the mic and asked, "Hey, officer, you got a radio?" To my surprise, he responded, "Yes, I do. In fact, I was just about to call you. I wonder if you and your buddies could do us a favor. There's a bad wreck up ahead, about 3 miles with lane blockage and injuries. We could really use a traffic break." "Absolutely," I replied without hesitation. "Where do you need traffic to stop?" He mentioned an overpass about 2 miles down the road. Mediflight's on the way to pick up one of the injured, but they need some space to land safely. "Got it," I said. Then I called out to 2 other drivers that I knew were close by. "Hey, Jake, Tim, you guys still behind me?" Both of them confirmed that they were. "Come on up here beside me, and let's start slowing traffic down." I was running in the right-hand lane, so Jake pulled his rig up beside mine in the middle lane, while Tim took the far left. The 3 of us started to gradually back down our speed, keeping it nice and smooth. The CH officer stayed about a 1/4 mile ahead of us, guiding the traffic from the middle lane of the 3-lane freeway. As I glanced in my mirrors, I saw the glow of 4-way flashers lighting up the highway behind us. Slowly but surely, we brought everything to a halt right under the overpass. The CHP car came to a stop, parked sideways across the highway in front of us, as the helicopter descended to the scene of the crash. We all climbed out of our trucks, the cool night air hitting our faces as we gathered around waiting. The helicopter took off after a few tense minutes, and soon enough, the wreck was cleared from the road. The CHP officer walked over, his expression a mix of gratitude and exhaustion. "We'll be ready to roll in just a few minutes. I really appreciate what you guys did back there." We nodded, and after he got back into his car, we turned to our trucks. A short while later, he called over the radio. "Okay, let's move. Stick to the middle lane until the sweepers finish up. Thanks again." As we passed the crash site, the officers waved from the shoulder, and we waved back, glad to have helped in some small way. Another night, we found ourselves boxing in a drunk driver. We slow-walked him to the freeway, staying on his tail and flanking him on both sides until a base station was able to call the CHP. The officer got out there quickly, took the guy off the road before he could hurt anyone. When I was about 16 or 17, I lived near some woods. They were a convenient shortcut to college, so I often walked through them, day or night, without ever feeling unsafe. But one night, that changed. I was walking home from the local pub, decided to take my usual shortcut through the woods. I strolled along, feeling relaxed, not bothered by the darkness around me at all. As I reached the end of the trail, I noticed a woman sitting alone on a bench. I nodded to her as I passed and said, "Good evening." And she slowly lifted her head, gave me a quiet smile, and replied, "And a very good evening to you." And then she started laughing, a strange, eerie laugh. I shrugged it off, assuming that she was just a bit odd, and I continued home. When I got in, both my parents were already in bed. I quietly made myself a cup of tea and sat down to watch some TV, trying to shake off the odd encounter. As I was sitting there, I suddenly looked up and froze. Through the front window, I saw the same woman standing outside, staring right at me. I jumped up, nearly spilling my tea. My heart was literally pounding as I rushed to the front door, flung it open, and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" But she just stood there, silent, still staring. "Get out of here," I shouted. She finally turned around and walked away, heading back towards the road in the direction of the woods. I watched until she disappeared, and then I locked the door and went to bed, feeling unnerved. The next morning, I went downstairs and found my parents and sister having breakfast. I started telling them about the creepy night, explaining how the woman had followed me from the woods. But then my sister looked at me and said, "Are you serious? I heard you shouting last night, so I looked out my window. You were alone. There was no one there." "Rubbish. She was right outside the window." "Nope," my sister insisted. "I watched the whole time. It was just you, yelling at nothing." Since that night, I've avoided the woods. I never saw her again, and honestly, I don't want to. Backpacking in the Maryland, Pennsylvania section of the Appalachian Trail, around 17 years old. 4 of us were sleeping under a tarp tied up with paracord, so we only had protection from the rain. I'm guessing around 2 a.m., I'm woken up by hearing branches breaking and movement nearby. Nothing out of the normal. This time of year, the worst it could be is a lone, curious black bear, and they don't really pose any real threat. The sounds were starting to get closer and more rhythmic. Definitely something walking. I turned on my side to see if I could see anything. As the walking is getting closer, I start to see movement in the leaves, with nothing making it. I perfectly hear a person walking towards us, and eventually make its way around our makeshift shelter. I'm freaking out and lay in complete silence for what felt like forever, until my friend laying next to me finally says, "You heard that shit too, right?" Nearly jumped out of my sleeping bag, but also confirmed that I didn't dream the whole thing. still have no explanation, and I'm half convinced that we just had a collective fever dream. I find my non-paranormal story a bit scarier than what I typed above. I was stalked by a mountain lion in the Rockies a few years ago. The unease that turns into full terror when you realize what is happening. Then, fighting every instinct not to run like a motherfucker. It's a unique experience. Having that primal feeling that your prey is terrifying. I've been driving trucks for about 12 years, long enough to know that weird things happen out there on the road. You see accidents minutes after they happen, catch people doing things in cars you can't unsee, even watch animals behave in ways that don't make sense. But every once in a while you see something that makes no sense at all. And you don't tell the guys at the yard about it because you know it'll just turn into some sort of joke about needing sleep. But this happened on a run from Dallas to Salt Lake, somewhere along I-40, middle of the night. I was hauling refrigerated, alone, trying to push through the dead hour where your brain is mush and the lines in the pavement start blurring together. I had the radio low and a thermos of gas station coffee that tasted like rust. I checked my rearview mirrors out of habit, part of the routine, every couple of minutes, and that's when I saw something. A figure. It was sitting in the sleeper cab, right where my bunk was. Clear as day. Shoulders, head, the angle of someone leaning a little forward with their hands resting on their knees. Not detailed, just a silhouette, like the outline you'd get when someone is standing against a streetlight. At first, my brain did the dumbest thing. I thought, I must have picked up a hitchhiker. Like I could have forgotten pulling over and letting a whole-grown human climb into my cab. I even reached to check if my doors were locked because that's how real it looked. And then I blinked and it was gone. I figured, eyes playing tricks. Night driving will do that to you. I didn't spook easy, so I just went back to scanning the road, took a swig of coffee, cracked the window for some cold air. 10 minutes later, I checked the mirrors again. It was back. Same spot, same posture. This time I didn't just glance, I stared. The figure didn't move, though. Not even a tilt. If you've ever tried to focus on something in a mirror at night, you know how the shadows shake with every bump in the road. This didn't. It was still. I tried logic. Reflection from the seatbelts, maybe. A trick of the dome light. Except the light wasn't on. Shadows from passing semis? Maybe. But I was out on a stretch of highway with no one near me for miles. I thought about pulling over but decided against it. The idea of stepping in the dark and opening the sleeper while seeing visions of a shadow, it just didn't sit right. So I kept driving. Every time I checked the mirror, it wasn't there. Maybe every other time. Sometimes it looked further back on the bunk, sometimes closer, like it was leaning forward to watch me drive. At one point, I swear it was inches behind the driver's seat. That's when I just stopped looking. I made myself just stare forward at the road, turn the radio way up. I talked out loud to nobody, just to fill the space. I told myself I'd check again when the sun came up. When I finally pulled into a rest area around dawn, the bunk was empty. Of course it was. But the weirdest thing was the seatbelt in the sleeper was buckled. I never buckled it. It just lays there. But that morning it was clipped tight across the cushion, like someone had strapped in for the ride. I don't know what I believe about ghosts. Maybe my brain was fried and I imagined the whole thing. Maybe I buckled that seatbelt on another trip and just totally forgot. But I've put 1,000,000 miles on the road, and I've never once imagined a whole person sitting behind me like that. Now, every time I climb into the cab for a long run, I glance at the buckles. Always open, except for that one time. This happened when I was about 15 in 10th grade, before cell phones in 1981. I was standing in the mall parking lot waiting for my mom to pick me up. I'd gotten a ride to the mall from an upperclassman and had agreed to meet my mom in the parking lot at 5:20. It was in West Palm Beach, Florida. As I waited, a car pulled up next to me, and the driver started talking to me through the passenger window, which they'd rolled down. He told me that I should be a model, that he was a photographer, and he had a studio nearby. He said that we could go do some practice shots. I said I was expecting my mom any minute, and I couldn't leave or I'd get in big trouble if I wasn't there when she got there. He said that we'd be back in 10 minutes with pictures to show her. I said, "Here comes my mom now. You can ask her yourself." And with that, as my mom drove up, he zoomed off. I don't remember being scared, but I may have been. But it's not like we reported him or anything. It wasn't until I was 49 in 2015 that I stumbled upon a picture of him online reading a story about famous serial killers. Christopher Wilder, the beauty queen killer. He used a camera as a prop and the "you could be a model" line as his MO. I realized at that moment that I was a serial killer's fail. He targeted me as a victim, and I seriously lucked out. Still creeps me out to this day. When I lived in Alta, we used to explore an old mine all the time. I practically lived in one of the old miners' quarters for a couple of years as we explored that creaky, drafty place and affectionately called it the mine. Creative, I know. If you've ever ridden the lift from the Germania side, you've probably gone right over it, though you'd never know it was there unless someone told you. The place had a history, and stories said that miners who worked those tunnels back in the day never truly left. They lingered, trapped in the darkness, their souls bound to the rock and ore that they spent their lives extracting. I didn't think much of it at first. I don't know if many do. Ghost stories were a dime a dozen in places like Alta. But there was something about those mines that made me feel like the tales weren't just stories. One time while we were poking around one of the deeper shafts, something happened that made me rethink everything I thought I knew about fear. We'd been exploring for hours, our headlamps casting these long, wavering shadows on the walls as we got deeper and deeper into the darkness. The air was thick, but also heavy, with the scent of damp stone and something else. Something faint, like the lingering trace of old, forgotten things. We were just about to head back, our curiosity satisfied for the day, when the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. It started as a low rumble, barely noticeable, but quickly grew into something more violent. The walls shuddered, and a deep, echoing groan resonated through the tunnel, as if it were in pain. It was a small earthquake, just enough to send a shiver of fear down our spines, but what followed was worse. As we scrambled to exit, up the shaft, the ceiling above us began to crack and crumble. Before we could react, a section of the tunnel collapsed. It sent a cloud of dust and debris crashing all around us. For a moment, everything went dark. Clearly, our exit had just been covered. I could hear the others coughing and cursing through the sound of muffled, thick layers of dirt. We were trapped, buried underneath a mountain of rock, with only a few feet of space between us and certain death. Panic set in quickly for me, then the others. The weight of the earth pressing down on us was really suffocating. The realization that we might not make it out of here, that hit hard. The total darkness really didn't help much either. But we managed to communicate with each other, find each other. Miraculously, none of us were injured, so we began to dig our way out, each of us taking a section of what we thought was the entrance to the cave. We couldn't believe how much rubble had managed to make its way in front of us in such a small period of time. After a while of tossing rocks, I started to feel a bit hopeless. And then something strange happened. The darkness around us seemed to shift. It began to move in ways that didn't make sense. I was seeing darkness move against darkness. And then I could feel it. Something cold, something alive, brushing against my skin, tugging at my clothes. Maybe I was scared and imagining what I wanted, but I followed the direction of the coldness, looking down at my right leg. I saw the faintest of lights. I told the others to head in my direction. We needed to dig where this new light source was. That's our path out of here. And so we dug like our lives depended on it, which they did, really. The tunnel was unstable, and every movement sent more debris falling down. The hustle was necessary. And eventually, after what felt like hours, we broke through. The first breath of fresh air was like being reborn, the sunlight almost blinding after the darkness of the mine. We emerged, filthy, a little shaken, but very alive. After going through something like that, I think I can safely say that ghosts, or whatever you want to believe they are, aren't the scary ones. Not to me. In this case, that was for sure the earthquake. I've shared this story before. Locals don't like to hear this story. They like to say that we made something angry that day. I don't put a lot of weight into the idea that something might have caused the collapse, other than an earthquake. But I'll admit it's interesting to think about. There's this cave in New Mexico that I used to visit often, back in the days when I was part of a motion picture film crew. This was before digital photography took over, so we relied on traditional film, which meant lugging around bulky equipment, massive lights with heavy battery packs, the only kind that can light up a space like that. The cave itself was something of a marvel, passages that twisted and turned like a labyrinth. But there was one room, deep inside, a chamber that the locals had warned us about. But you learn over time that locals love to say a lot of things when they realize you're filming in or around their territory. So we shrugged it off at first. It wasn't until we experienced it for ourselves that we understood what they meant. Every time we crossed into that room, something would happen. Call it unsettling or not, but our lights, no matter how powerful, would start to dim and flicker. It wasn't like the batteries were running low. It was more like something was feeding on the energy, draining it deliberately. At first we didn't think much of it other than better bring extra batteries, and that maybe it was a quirk of the cave's environment, some natural phenomenon that we couldn't explain. But the more we worked in the cave, the more it felt like something else was there too. Of course, none of us could reason with that, so avoidance became the norm. The first time it happened, we were caught off guard. The lights started to die one by one, and in the dim glow of these failing bulbs, shadows on the walls, taking on shapes that seemed alive. Though we weren't moving, nor was our equipment. We had to stumble out of that room in near darkness, the only light coming from the small, weak beams of our flashlights, which were barely enough to guide our steps. After that, we learned to be cautious. We made it a rule, never stop in that room, not even for a moment. We'd move through it quickly without a word. The silence between us was heavy, but I think we were all scared of something. And every time, without fail, as soon as we crossed into that chamber, the lights would start their eerie flickering. There were times when I swear I felt something watching us, presence just out of sight, just spying from the shadows that made up a majority of our surroundings. The hairs on the back of my neck would stand on end. I'd quicken my pace, eager to leave that room. I wasn't the only one who felt it. The others would glance nervously at the walls, their faces like mine, their breaths coming a little faster as we hurried through, like mine. We never spoke about it directly, not in the cave at least. But afterward, when we were safe in the light of day, we'd share a little. Ultimately, we all agreed that it was best not to talk about it. We were all level-headed people, but we knew whatever was in that cave was something best left undisturbed. Eventually, the project ended, and I, for obvious reasons, haven't been back to that cave ever since. But even now, years later, I can still feel the weight of that place. I've never worked on a film, let alone experienced anything in life quite like it. It's a memory that stays with you, one that makes you question what's real. But deep down, I know it wasn't just in our heads. There was something in that cave, maybe even something that didn't want us there. I ran across a pair of kids in Bend, Oregon that had solid black eyes. I kept telling myself that they had colored contacts in, but they were around 10 or 12. They gave me the creeps in a deep way, the kind of way that no kid has ever had the ability to do. It was at a gas station that I'd pulled over to check my map and get gas. I didn't realize how late it was until my co-pilot asked me who lets their kids run around at 2 a.m. I looked up and I saw 2 kids. They were standing in front of us, but at a distance. I agreed with him that was strange and incredibly irresponsible. As soon as the attendant finished with the gas, he went inside to gather a receipt. And that's when, suddenly, the 2 kids were directly in front of us. That's how I got a good look at them, right in front of our headlights. Just as we considered calling the police about 2 ornery, possibly missing children, they split up. Each child walked to our corresponding windows. They seemed to have no emotions, no smile or frowns, stared at us relentlessly. Before we could even ask if they needed help, they started tapping on the glass, telling us to let them in. For some reason, and I know it seems wrong because they're children, but we both agreed that something felt really off about these 2. So we locked the doors and left as quickly as we could. Screw the receipt. I swear when I looked in the rearview mirror, those 2 children were standing in the middle of the road, staring at us still. My co-pilot called to inform the gas station attendant, who advised they didn't see any children out there at all. I never drove through Bend again without the doors locked, windows up, and I never stopped while it was dark. I just think how lucky I was to be in a place where you don't have to leave your car to get gas. Maybe it doesn't make sense to anyone. How could it? But those kids, they meant harm. A few years back, my cousin asked me to help clean out our late uncle's farmhouse. Most of the house was cluttered with what you'd expect: boxes of old clothes, rusted tools, stacks of newspapers. But when we got up to the attic, we noticed a small hatch tucked into the corner, barely visible behind some crates. It was padlocked shut. My cousin said he'd never seen it before. Neither had I. The side of that padlock pulled us in, and there was no way we'd ignore it. We pried it open. Inside was a crawl space no bigger than a closet. The wood inside was carved with strange shapes, circles intersecting at odd angles, lines that didn't form words but repeated over and over. And there was melted wax crusted to the floorboards. In the far corner were bones, small ones, maybe from birds or rabbits. We shut the hatch and we didn't say much after that. But that night I stayed in the guest room downstairs. Around 2 a.m., I woke to a faint scratching noise above me. It wasn't mice. it was heavier, like something shifting its weight back and forth across the boards directly overhead. The sound went on for minutes, stopping just long enough for me to wonder if I'd imagined it before it started again. In the morning, I told my cousin. He brushed it off. Old house noises for sure, nothing more. But when we went back up to check, the hatch was slightly open. One of the boards inside had been pushed outward, like something had tried to force its way through. And what's more, scratched into the floor beneath the bed where I'd been sleeping was a single word, jagged, deep in the wood grain. Mine. My cousin swore it hadn't been there the day before and that he wasn't messing with me. We didn't argue about it. We just avoided the attic for the rest of the weekend and finished boxing up what we needed. I left early, telling him I had to work. Even now, years later, miles away, I sometimes wake up to the sound of scratching. I really honestly wonder if something followed me sometimes, but I try not to feed into it. But my real takeaway, sometimes things are locked for a reason. Back in 2010, I was working with a photography company that did church directories. We were on the road constantly, driving from one small town to the next, setting up in church basements and community halls. That week, my team was in Atlantic, Iowa, just a half hour from Harlan. We were all staying at this little roadside hotel. I guess it would be your typical roadside, sort of smelled like chlorine from the pool, make your own waffle bar. It was fine. There were 4 of us on the crew, 2 guys, another girl, and me. We each had our own room, but we'd eat breakfast together, hang out in the evenings when we weren't working. One morning I went down for breakfast earlier than usual. It was quiet except for one man sitting alone at a corner table. I gave my standard friendly good morning, because that's just how I am. He looked up, smiled, and said good morning back. We exchanged a couple of comments about the news on TV, and he mentioned he was staying there with a construction crew for a project outside of town. I was halfway out the door when I tossed a polite, "Have a good one, see you around." Just something you say in passing, right? Apparently not to him. Later that morning, when I went back up to my room to nap before our shift, the phone in my room started ringing. The landline. At first, I ignored it, but it kept ringing, so I finally picked it up. Hello? Silence. A couple of breaths, maybe, but no words. It hung up. This happened again and again. Finally, I just took the receiver off the hook so it would stop. I figured it was a glitch or some bored kid prank calling rooms. When I left for work, I opened my door and nearly ran into him in the hallway. He was just standing there, like he'd been waiting. I gave him a quick wave, trying not to seem rude. He asked where I was going, and I told him I had to work. Right then, my female coworker pulled up in her car, and I left with her. Later, she mentioned that she'd gotten a few weird calls in her room, just like I had. That night, there was a thunderstorm rolling through. Tornado warnings, heavy rain, the whole Midwest package. We stood in the lobby for a while, watching lightning crack across the sky. That guy was there too, but he didn't say anything, just watched. I went up to my room after that, planning to get some sleep. A little while later, knock, knock, knock. It was him. I cracked the door just enough to see him. He said, "You said we could hang out?" I told him I was exhausted after work and needed to sleep, that I don't recall saying that, and I shut the door. My heart was pounding. Another knock came later. I didn't answer this time. Instead, I called my mom on my cell phone, whispering about what was happening, like I could keep it less real if I didn't say it too loudly. While I was on the phone, I got this uneasy feeling. I I tiptoed to the door and peered through the peephole. He was standing there, staring at my door. Then he leaned in, like he was trying to hear if I was inside still. My stomach dropped. What was he doing? And then it seemed to get worse. He stepped just out of sight, into a little indented alcove by the doorframe. I could still see the edge of him, though, because he leaned his head around the corner, listening, waiting. I whispered to my mom, "He's outside my door." Eventually, I called the front desk. Turns out my coworker had already complained about the calls to her room. Management spoke with the construction crew's supervisor, and the guy was told to stay away from us. They even moved me and my friend to different rooms. I never saw him again after that, but I can still picture him leaning into the hallway, corner, head tilted toward my door, trying to hear into my room. I think about how all of this started because I said, "See you later," over breakfast. So to the man who thought that was an invitation, it wasn't. This happened in summer 2010 in Vancouver, British Columbia. I'd gone there with my best friend for a long weekend to check out some of the nightlife and visit a few friends. At the time, I was in my early 20s, pretty reckless, and more willing to throw myself into a party scene without thinking too hard about the consequences. That Friday night, we ended up at Celebrities Nightclub on Davie Street, which was the spot back then. The music was loud, drinks were cheap, and the energy was perfect. Wild, but great. I'd been bouncing around the dance floor, circling back to check on my friend, and eventually I wandered into the bathroom to cool off. That's where I noticed a guy leaning against the wall near the sinks. Mid-30s, glasses, average build. Someone you might expect to see working in an office, not necessarily prowling a nightclub bathroom. He gave me a little smile that immediately put me on edge, but I told myself, don't be rude. We exchanged a few words, and then he asked casually if I wanted to do some coke with him. This wasn't the first time I'd been offered that in a bathroom, and at the time, I was already pretty tipsy, not exactly making great decisions. When I hesitated, he added, "I live right near here, just a quick walk. We'll do a couple lines, have a drink, then head back." Without really thinking, I agreed. We walked a few blocks through the West End while he asked me questions, where I was from, my age, if I'd ever been to Vancouver before. I asked his age, but he brushed it off and said that we'd just arrived. His apartment was on the second floor of an older building. A narrow metal staircase led us to his door. He unlocked it, let me inside, and then quickly shut it behind us, locking it with a key. Something about the way the lock clicked, it made my stomach drop. Inside the place, it felt bigger than it looked from outside. Open layout, small kitchen, couch near the door, and a hallway with a few closed doors painted black. He drew the shades, handed me a drink, and with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes, he said, "You've got a great body. Would you mind if I took some before photos of you before we party?" Every alarm bell went off in my head. I thought of Dahmer's Polaroids, of news stories about people vanishing without a trace. I laughed nervously, trying to play it off, but my heart was hammering. He disappeared into one of the rooms in the back, locking it behind him. The moment he was gone, I dumped the drink in the sink, put on my shirt, and bolted for the door. But when I tried the handle, it wouldn't budge. That's when I heard his voice behind me. "What are you doing?" He was standing there with a professional camera hanging from his neck, holding a mirror dusted with powder. I mumbled something about needing to get back to the club, offering to exchange numbers, but his demeanor shifted. His smile twisted into a glare. "Sit down, now." I froze, and then I did the only thing I could think of. I started screaming, as loud as I could. banging on the walls, the door, anything that might get a neighbor's attention. "Shut up," he hissed, running towards me. He fumbled with the locks, finally yanked the door open and barked, "Get out." I didn't wait. I sprinted down the stairs, vaulted over the railing, and ran until my lungs burned. I eventually spotted a cab and begged the driver to take me back to Davy Street. When I got to the club, my friends were still dancing. Oblivious to how close I'd come to being a headline, I didn't tell them that night. I was too embarrassed at how stupid I'd been. It wasn't until years later, reading stories on this very subreddit, that I realized just how much danger I'd been in. This was senior year, end of May, high school almost over. That weird limbo where everyone thinks they're invincible and nothing bad can happen before graduation. There were 6 of us who went to the beach that night. A hidden spot off the highway, one of those places that only the locals know about. Sand, seagrass, some washed up driftwood, and a perfect view. Someone brought booze, someone else brought music, and one of the girls, Kendra, brought a Ouija board. It was one of those old ones, not the cheap plastic or cardboard kind. It looked like it had a history. She said that she found it in her grandma's attic, thought it would be funny to use it at the beach. It wasn't funny. We lit a fire, passed the bottle, laughed too loud, and around midnight, she laid it out on a flat rock near the pit. We were drunk enough to try it, sober enough to still feel uneasy. She led the session, said you had to ask permission, say goodbye, all the usual stuff. We started asking the obvious, dumb questions. Is anyone there? What's your name? How did you die? Nothing happened at first. Then the planchette moved, just a little. We all swore we weren't doing it. I thought someone was screwing around, but it kept moving. Slow. It spelled, I did not. We asked, did not what? It spelled, drown. Kendra laughed. Oh, spooky. But her voice cracked. The wind picked up. The fire sputtered. And then the board went still. It stopped moving. The planchette froze. Kendra reached to say goodbye, but it jerked under her finger and flew into the sand. She screamed. We thought it was part of the act, until she started clawing at her throat, like she couldn't breathe. We pulled her away, dumped water on her, tried everything. She gasped and finally snapped out of it. She said it felt like someone had held her head underwater. But the board, it was gone. We all saw where it landed, but it wasn't there. No planchette, no wood, like it had sunk into the sand. Well, we left after that. I remember the next day that we were at school, Kendra acted like she didn't recognize anyone. It was weird. She didn't sit with us, talk to us, wasn't returning messages. She came to graduation, but, again, didn't sit with us. The last time that I saw her was at a gas station, the summer after freshman year of college. She looked burnt out, staring out at the rain. I asked her how she was doing. She just said, goodbye. Shook her head and walked out into the storm, into her car. And then she was gone. And so was I. I haven't been back there since. Coming up on 13 years. And yeah, I haven't touched a Ouija board since. Lifetime Floridian here. I'm a 35-year-old female who spends a great deal of time outdoors. There's several trails near my house, and I know every inch of them. I know where and when I might run into gators, and I avoid them accordingly, most of the time. My favorite trail circles through a wooded pond, and it's been raining a lot, so I haven't gotten to walk there in a while. Yesterday I got there at 6 a.m. so that I could make a lap before work. It was nice, overcast morning, warm, but not hot yet. I figured the gators would still be sleeping in, but that should never stop you from keeping an eye out. As I passed under a close crop of trees, something heavy started moving around in the branches above my head. Leaves and acorns fell all around me. I looked up, expecting to see an iguana or a large bird, but it was an alligator. Definitely over 5 feet long, right above me. I know they can climb trees and fences. I did not, however, realize that they would just chill up there. I'd never seen one do it before then, but you better believe I Googled it later. I don't know why I stood there, watching. It started to move like it was coming down, and I intended to get out of the way. And then, a branch bent too far, and the little monster fell on top of me. I did not handle it with grace. Neither did the gator. We both had a full freak out. The impact knocked me on my back, and for a horrifying moment, the alligator was completely on top of me, but also scrambling to get away. Its feet clawed my thighs, torso, chest, and arms. Thankfully, I was able to protect my face. I tried rolling to get out from under it, but its tail hit me in the ribs, knocking me back again. It felt like a long, drawn-out ordeal, but it probably only lasted a few seconds. It ran back into the water, and I tried to run back to my car, but the pain set in the moment I realized I wasn't in any real danger anymore. My scratches weren't too deep, but they stung. My ribs are what really hurt. It was a struggle to get back to my car, and I almost had to call for help, but I made it, drove myself to the ER. Only as I was walking inside did I notice an awful smell, and I realized the gator had shit all over me. Well, surely that wasn't good for my wounds. Anyway, my wounds were cleaned, and I felt better once my pain meds kicked in. Magical stuff. The x-ray showed 2 of my ribs have hairline fractures, with the dark bruising that had already spread across my torso. I'm lucky it wasn't worse. I thought that I would sound crazy when I told them an alligator fell on me, but apparently I wasn't the first. If this didn't surprise them, I'd really love to hear about the cases that did. My husband and I stayed at a super old hotel in Santa Fe, New Mexico. At the time, I didn't really believe in paranormal things like ghosts, mainly because nothing had ever happened to me. The old room that we were staying in had this decorative wooden chair that had a slanted seat. I took note of the slant because I wound up putting my computer bag on this chair and felt comfortable doing so. I'm super careful with my electronics, and the slanted seat made it so that my bag slid all the way to the back of the chair, and so that it couldn't fall. I also hung a nice new dress on the back of the chair. We went out for sightseeing, and when we came back, my dress was on the floor near the chair. I wondered if housekeeping had touched it, even though we had a do not disturb sign on our door. Oh well, we ordered some dinner and went to bed. My husband and I were laying in bed in the dark, talking, almost falling asleep, when suddenly we heard a super loud slam. It was so loud we shot awake and both turned on the light. There, on the other side of the room, a good 10 to 15 feet from the chair, was my computer bag. It was like someone had lifted it and threw it down. There's no way that it just fell off the chair that far away, and the chair's seat was slanted backwards toward the wall. It would have been hard for just about anything to fall off, especially forward and 15 feet away. and it was a slam to the ground. I was so terrified, but my husband just shrugged it off like, I guess this place is haunted like a lot of places in Santa Fe. Guess the ghost doesn't like our stuff on its chair. I demanded that we sleep with the light on. I didn't even have the courage to check if my computer was okay until the next day. For anyone wondering, it was fine. Thank goodness. It had a nice case on it. Well, the next morning, my husband asked the front desk if the hotel was known to be haunted, and the guy just laughed and said, "Oh, what? Did you see the little girl?" No, we hadn't seen a little girl, but we certainly had seen something. Update for those of you who are wondering, the hotel was the Hotel St. Francis, and I found a picture online of the chairs on a random Yelp review. I guess a few of their standard rooms have this chair, so the pictures probably aren't the chair. But if you're into the paranormal, check out Hotel St. Francis. Maybe you'll see the little girl. I work as a supervisor in the cashier area of a casino, and for years I've been on the graveyard shift. It was around 10 years ago, back when we still closed the floor at 4 a.m. The nights were long, often quiet toward the end, but that night still lingers in my mind. It was a little after 5 a.m., and I was alone. My assistant had run home for a bit. I didn't mind since I was wrapping up paperwork, but the silence in the casino at that hour always felt different. It wasn't the usual kind of quiet. It was heavy. I stood at the counter, flipping through forms, my hair falling onto my face as I concentrated, and that's when I noticed something, just for a split second. My hair moved, or at least I thought it did. It was such a fleeting thing that I almost dismissed it, chalking it up to my own restless mind. And then I realized it wasn't just my hair. One of the swivel chairs behind the cashier station was spinning, slowly. I froze. The chair creaked faintly as it turned, the sound sharp against the stillness of this empty casino. I stared at it, trying to make sense of why it was moving. There was no one else around. The air conditioning wasn't on, and there wasn't even the faintest breeze. And yet, it moved. The chair slowed its spin until it stopped completely, facing me. It felt deliberate. A chill was crawling up my spine, and my hands were actually trembling as I set down my pen. My eyes were darting in the shadowy corners of the room. Was someone there? Was I imagining things? I sat down, trying to steady my nerves a bit, convincing myself I was just tired. Maybe I'd wait for my assistant to get back before I finished the paperwork. And then the phone rang. It was surveillance. Their voice was calm, almost too calm, but there was a strange tension behind it. "Hey, did you see that?" I gripped the receiver tighter. Yeah. What the hell was that?" They laughed, but it wasn't the kind of laugh that puts you at ease. It was the kind of laugh that people use when they don't know how to explain something. It wasn't until weeks later that I thought that I should ask if they saved the footage so I could see it. But I already knew the answer. Back then, we still used old tapes, wiped every 2 weeks. If the tape wasn't flagged, it was already gone. Even now, though, I wish I could see that video to prove it wasn't all in my head. Maybe it's better that I didn't. Some things are easier to leave unanswered and just keep mysterious. Definitely a what the hell moment, though. One that I still think about, especially at night. I was driving southbound on I-81 in Virginia on a summer day, but recent rain had left the road slick. I was taking it slow, carefully navigating the wet pavement while faster vehicles zoomed past me. One car shot by at a breakneck speed, easily 90 to 100 miles an hour. I glanced over to where my mother and nephew were asleep in the bunk behind me. I had been about to make a comment on the driver's reckless speed, but seeing them peacefully asleep, I mumbled my frustration to myself instead. About a mile down the highway, I noticed the same car again. This time, it was airborne, crashing violently into the side of a semi. The impact ripped the trailer open. The load, marked as hazmat, spilled across the road. The sight was surreal. The crumpled wreckage of the car, the strewn totes, and the semi's mangled trailer. I pulled over quickly, heart racing. The driver of the car was bleeding profusely, his injuries severe. My mother and I rushed to his aid, using towels to stem the flow of blood the best we could. Each moment felt like an eternity, our hands trembling as we tried to help. The sound of sirens grew closer, and soon the state police and paramedics arrived, taking over the scene with a grim efficiency. We continued our journey to my mother's house, arriving about 30 minutes later. The house was quiet, a stark contrast to the chaos we'd just left behind. As we settled in, we turned on the news, hoping for some information about the accident. The headlines were stark and unforgiving. The driver had died. And then just one of those weird, unnecessary but chilling realizations struck me. My offhand comment to myself about the driver having a death wish had taken on horrific weight. I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that my words had somehow been a dark premonition. And that little coincidence just haunts me. I unlocked my first repressed memory a few weeks ago. At 24, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. When did your first repressed memory surface like a stinking, bloated carcass hooked on a fishing pole? I was absolutely distraught for about 3 minutes. That doesn't seem like a long time in the grand scheme of a day, but spending 3 minutes crying and yelling at a computer monitor, "No, you're not real," wears out your voice real quick. Let me explain, because I wasn't yelling at the computer monitor itself, but to say that I was yelling at a frozen image paused on a YouTube video I was watching doesn't make it sound any more understandable. I was in disbelief at what I was seeing. It was a blue shell to my easy riding night. It halted me right there in my chair. Like years and years ago, my parents sent me to a psychologist after I told them about what I'd seen. But when I'd seen it most recently, I was watching a series on YouTube. It's a channel called Nuke's Top 5, and I'm sure you're familiar with it. The channel shows viewer-submitted paranormal videos. I was watching the most recent upload, and one of the videos was from a security camera in a clothing store. The views focused on a guy moving around some clothes on a rack. It looks like he's about to steal some stuff, and that's why they originally captured the footage. But the camera also caught something small peek out from behind his leg. It's probably a foot tall. The man didn't know it was there. It looked like a well-dressed troll. I knew exactly what it was when I saw it. Well, not what it was, but I knew exactly what it was doing, hiding behind the man's leg. Basically, it was, let's say, inspiring the man to shoplift, hijacking his free will. The reason I'm certain of this is because I'd seen a fancy-dressed troll of the same species. But the circumstances in which I saw him were apparently so traumatizing that I blocked it all out. Again, I remember going to a psychologist, therapist, and a school counselor regularly for about a year because of all of this. And before my personal memory got dug up, I did vaguely remember talking to doctors, but I could never really recall the reasons why I was there. That was until I saw the video, and it all came back to me. When I was 7, my mom had given me a few dollars so I could walk to the gas station and get myself a popsicle. A new shiny Arco station had been built less than a mile away, and it had an oddly abundant variety of frozen treats. The trip I'd been sent on was nothing out of the ordinary. I got to the gas station and grabbed a SpongeBob popsicle. Even a minuscule detail like that, I remembered because of what happened next. There was a line of people at the register, and after standing in front of the open freezer door, enjoying its cool breeze, I got in line behind a guy in a Hawaiian print shirt. The pastel colors made the sweat spot on his neck look like part of the design. It was him and one other person in front of him checking out, and I was getting nervous my popsicle was going to melt before I could enjoy it. Standing there in line, I decided to open the wrapper and started snacking on it while I still could. I had the money to pay for it, and I kept my spot in line, so I didn't think the clerk would care, and it would have been the least of his problems that day. Because as I'm standing in line, I pop one of the gumball eyes off and start chewing on it as the doors behind me slide open. Another customer had come in and began walking up and down the aisles. He was wearing an orange Denver Broncos hat, pulled low to hide his eyes. And at first, I thought he had a pet iguana or some kind of lizard pet crawling on him. But it was wearing clothes, like a blue coat, brown pants, people clothes. It looked like one of those little monkeys all dressed up, but when I really looked at what it was, I realized I'd never seen an animal quite like this one. It was more human than ape, but more troll than human. The man that it was crawling on was sweating and continuously looking over his shoulder back at the register. His body didn't move from the weight of the creature either. It spider crawled around his body, and the guy acted unaware. It would sit on his shoulder for a few seconds, then do a figure 8 around his body before returning to its gargoyle-looking pose on the man's shoulder. In front of me, the transaction completes, and the till on the cash register opens for the attendant to give the woman her change. Within an instant, the man wearing the Broncos hat has put himself in between the woman and the counter, and he's pointing a sawed-off shotgun right in the attendant's face. Hawaiian shirt guy was not going to be the hero. He shoves past me to run out the door, and I watched in a full, unobstructed view as the man with the shotgun pulls the trigger before the gas station attendant can raise his arms. It was a deafening explosion that made my ears ring, like a firework of yellow and red had gone off a few feet in front of me. Covered in the man's blood, the shooter leans over and clears out the register, stuffing a fistful of cash into his pockets with one hand and still holding the shotgun with the other. The woman he'd stepped in front of had collapsed to the ground. She was screaming, no words, just screaming, as she tried to wipe the blood off of her skin. I, too, had been dusted by a light mist of the attendant's blood and brain matter. The SpongeBob popsicle in my hand also gets showered in the dark liquid. The attendant's shirt had gotten snagged on the cigarette rack, so instead of falling to the floor behind the counter, his body's held up like a scarecrow, and I'm able to see what a sawed-off can do at point-blank range. The troll sitting on the man's shoulder laughed with morbidly human emotion. Not only was it enjoying the heinous situation playing out, I think it could have been orchestrating it as well. When the register was empty, the man runs past me. His eyes stayed fixed on the exit, and he doesn't look my way. But the troll on his shoulder did. Small, yellow, and black eyes. I can recall that in the fraction of time of our eyes meeting, it felt like time slowed down. As the man barrels out of the gas station, it was as if he was walking, and I could frame the moment the troll glanced back at me. His eyebrows raised and his laugh stopped. Then they were gone. The lady was still screaming. She was probably already on her cell phone talking to the police after that. I think I set the popsicle on the counter and went home. I'm sure the cars that drove past must have thought that I looked absolutely insane on the walk. Nobody stopped, though, because I do remember getting to our front porch, and I was by myself when my mom saw me outside, all covered in goop. For months, the man with the Broncos hat chased me in my dreams. Sometimes he'd be joined by the headless attendant. What I witnessed impacted me far beyond my consciousness. My sleeping habits were all out of sorts. If I wasn't feeling natural insomnia, the images of gore that flashed through my mind would keep me awake. I was obsessed with the troll. I told everyone I could. I didn't know what I saw wasn't normal, and eventually the team of doctors I was meeting with convinced me that my brain had created this creature. Also, I could better process the shock of the tragic violence that had taken place in front of me, and I guess all the medications they put me on helped me to block it out. 17 years later, I watch a YouTube video, and the mental dam those doctors work so hard to build falls to pieces. Again, I called my mom after seeing the video. I'm 24 and was in full hysterics when she answered. I heard her say to my dad, "She's talking about the troll again." And my dad whispered something like, "Oh no." Before they offered to come over to my apartment until I settled down, I showed them the video clip, and neither of them gave it any credit. They gave it every excuse in the book as to what it was, reinforcing there's no such thing. I'm sure that's what they were trained to do, and wouldn't give me a straight opinion either way. If something like this sounds familiar in any way, please contact me. This is not a creepypasta or whatever, and I would love to know if others have seen this. I woke up and my bed was soaked. I thought maybe I'd peed myself. I was 19 at the time, but my clothes were 100% dry. So maybe I thought my clothes had dried, so I checked my underwear and it was dry. Okay, so then maybe I sweat a lot and it just dried up too. Normally, I have night sweats, and I'll have a distinct smell of like salt or stickiness, but nope, I was clean. As a last resort, I smelled the bed where it was wet. It was straight up water. Just literally water. It didn't smell like pee. It didn't smell like sweat. It was water. I never found an explanation. To this day, it still kind of haunts me. Like even if someone was playing a prank on me, I would have been wet. Why wasn't I wet? I don't necessarily think it was paranormal, but I have no idea how something like that could happen. My buddy and I were deep diving off the coast of Japan, exploring part of an old wreck that hadn't been touched in a long time. Commercial dive, routine inspection. Nothing was out of the ordinary. About 70 meters down, I spotted a section of hull that none of us had noticed on the sonar. It was covered in coral and rust, almost like it didn't want to be found. But at the base of the wreck, nestled in the sand, was a small round hatch. It didn't match the rest of the ship. It had no wiring, no bolts, no handles, just perfectly round, and this greenish-black film coating it. Naturally, I radioed it in. Got told to leave it alone, so of course I tapped it with my boot. Nothing happened. Not at first. Then the tank started vibrating, just slightly like a hum. My partner asked if I was okay. I lied, said I was fine. The humming got louder inside my helmet, and then I heard a voice. Not over comms, not external, just inside. Not really words either, just a feeling. Like something was trying to remember me, talk to me. I turned back to the hatch. It was open, just barely a crack, but it had opened without a sound. The sand hadn't even shifted. Nothing had been disturbed and the sea was still. And then something reached out. It wasn't a hand or a tentacle. It was just darkness. Like the water itself had thickened, reaching toward me, curling. I bolted. My partner thought I had lost it. I didn't stop ascending until I broke the surface and puked into my mask. I didn't go back down. Ever. They say the hatch wasn't there when they checked the wreck again. Sonar shows nothing. Video shows nothing. But I saw something. When I was 13, I woke up in the middle of the night, standing in front of my dresser mirror, my reflection staring back at me, my lips moving, repeating the same phrase over and over. The gift is coming. The gift is coming. The words felt rhythmic, almost like a chant. They were what finally pulled me into a full awareness. My mouth was still forming the sounds as I came to. My voice was flat and emotionless. The moment I realized what I was doing, a wave of unease washed over me. I talked in my sleep all the time, still do, but I'd never walked in my sleep before. I remember thinking it was weird, but eventually shrugging it off. I climbed back into bed, and by morning, the whole thing was little more than a passing thought. A couple of days later, my two friends came over. One of them had a Ouija board, which I'd never seen before and I didn't know much about. I played on it with them for a while, but it just spelled out random letters. Nothing made sense. Eventually, I got bored and went into my room while my friends kept playing. A little while later, they packed it up, slightly disappointed. They wanted to walk to Dairy Queen instead. As we walked, I casually asked if anything had happened while they were playing. My friends just shrugged. Not really, one said. We were just asking dumb questions about our futures, like, will Heather get a boyfriend? What job will Elizabeth have? Stuff like that. Did it answer anything? I asked them. They both laughed. Not really. Mostly just gave random letters or stopped working. It was kind of lame. I remember asking, did you ask anything about me? Yeah, just a general question, like what does the future hold for Sierra? My stomach tightened for reasons I didn't really know. And I asked them. They glanced at each other before answering. That was actually the one time it spelled a real word. I hesitated, not sure if I wanted to know. What word? Gift, my friend said. G-I-F-T. A strange sensation prickled at the back of my neck. I hadn't told anyone about waking up in front of the mirror. I'd barely even thought about it since that night, but now, every detail came rushing back. The words I'd spoken in my sleep. The gift is coming. Something about it sent an unshakable unease through me. But what was even stranger to me at that age was my reaction. Normally, I was quite a talker. If something weird happened, I'd tell anyone who'd listen. But this time, I just said, oh. I wasn't scared. I wasn't worried about what they'd think. I just didn't want to talk about it. It felt like something that belonged to me alone. Something I wasn't supposed to share. I'm 53 now. I only told this story for the first time about a year ago. It still pops into my head randomly, like an unsolved puzzle I was never meant to understand. I don't know if I ever received the gift. Maybe I already have it. Maybe I'll never know. Or maybe one day I'll wake up again, standing in front of a mirror, finally understanding what I've been waiting for. I'm a real estate agent, female, 42. I've been selling houses for over 6 years. Working in the industry long enough, it was only a matter of time that I'd come across one of those hard-to-sell houses. The previous realtor that had this house sold its listing at an auction the agency had at the end of every month. It was on the table for cheap. I thought I was going to be able to turn an easy profit depending on how well I worked the sale. The next afternoon, me and my husband went to check out the property in person. I always brought my husband Sean to inspect new properties. We've had to toss out a lot of squatters, especially when the seasons change. We regularly check the vacant properties just to make sure no funny business is going on before we sell the house. When I get a new property, I like to introduce myself to the neighbors. I give them my agency number and tell them to call me if they see anybody entering the premises. A house that sells well for us also increases the property value of the homes around it. 100% of the time, the spiel always made the homeowner feel proud of the home that they have and happy to help enrich its potential growth. And in the future, if they ever planned on selling their home, they'd already have our number. It's a win for them and a win-win for us. But when we pulled into the creepy little stretch of neighborhood, the pictures that were shown at auction had to have been shot at a precise, perfect angle on the best day of summer, because what we pulled up to looked nothing like the picture. It felt like the house was frowning when we arrived. I worried, even if I picked the litter out of the trees and slapped a fresh coat of paint on the dump. Is the house too old to realistically compete with the younger, less ran-through houses around? New families weren't looking to move into dumps back in 2003, a little over 2 decades ago. It wasn't like it was today. If you're 30 or under, take a second to look around you right now. It's a dump, isn't it? It's not your fault. Nowadays, the house that I'm talking about is selling for close to $1 million. It didn't used to be like that. Growth by proxy. The town around it grew into a city, turning that dump into a highly sought-after suburban home just outside the metropolitan area. But this is in the past. I'm in 1999 having an anxiety attack about the state of despair as Creed jams their final notes of With Arms Wide Open and Sean plays air drums. Only when the song ends were we allowed to exit the vehicle. And that's when I was able to really see the seemingly overwhelming goal I'd set for myself. After a quick walk around the outside of the house, we walked across the street to meet the neighbors and do our little spiel. That house looked equal to, if not worse, than the house we were selling. I had no clue what I was going to say if they answered the door. We were halfway up the broken driveway when the front door swings open, and we saw an old woman holding a gun bigger than herself. She yelled at us to read the sign. With our hands held up, Sean and I look around for a sign that we must have missed. The woman shouts, "It says no soliciting or die." I tell her we're not solicitors and go into my spiel. The woman would meet us out at her fence and apologize for threatening us with her rifle. She ended up telling us that she had seen people in the home, lights on at nighttime. Sometimes it looked like there were fires inside, but she never saw anyone leave. In addition to this, she's also seen a cloaked figure running around on the roof. We thanked her for her time, and Sean popped the trunk of the car to retrieve our squatter repellent bag. There was a brick walkway that led to the front door. I put the key in, but the door just opened because it was already unlocked. That's never a good sign when entering a new property, and it didn't help that the neighbor had us thinking this place was going to be a hellhole upon entering. Sean pulled me back and took the lead inside with our repellent tightly in hand. We were astonished to see that the house looked clean and fully furnished. All of the furniture and appliances were covered in dust. If the outside looked half as put together as the inside, I might have felt a little more ambitious, but I still couldn't get over that the previous owners managed to maintain the interior so well, but let their immediate outside stay in such shambles. Sean and I walk from room to room at a level 10 of intensity and find the house to be empty. In the process, we were able to fully see how well this home had been preserved. It looked like the family could have walked right through the doors at any moment, but apparently they hadn't done that in quite some time. It was eerie. I didn't know the history past the bank's proprietor purchase, but from the photos still hanging on the walls, it looked like a family had lived there. Mother, father, and a daughter. On the ground in the daughter's room, there was an open coloring book with crayons still laying next to it. The page was unfinished, never being returned to. What would have made the family just stand up and go like that? It's boggled my mind ever since, trying to fathom the possibilities. The living room was spacious with a fireplace. That's where Sean and I were standing together compiling a list of things that needed to be done, and we heard a voice ask, "Is anyone there?" Sean, still holding the repellent, says, "Hello?" The voice again asks, "Is anyone there?" Then he adds that he's stuck, but stops replying after that. Sean and I are looking up and down for where this voice could possibly be coming from. We both notice the page has changed in the coloring book, but we don't comment on that until we're gone. After another full ring around the house, we meet back in the living room, and Sean points to the chimney, suggesting that we check there for one last effort. Sean gets on his back with a broom and shimmies it up. Soot plumes down, then a shoe, and then a leg bone. The sight was absolutely horrific. I'd never seen anything like that in real life, and yet I knew exactly what had just fallen onto Sean's face. The bone was heavy enough to split open his forehead when it hit him. It was terrifying when he started screaming because it echoed up the chimney chute. I took him to the hospital, and we reported it to the authorities. Not only did they have to break apart the chimney to retrieve the remains, the firefighters let the chimney fall completely forward through the roof, damaging the structure and making it unlivable. It was a wash. And no pun intended, but with it, all my hopes came crumbling down. It was ridiculous and scary, a scary that you don't really think about until you rethink about it. I don't know if Sean saw this. Could never really bring myself to ask him. But before the whole skeleton thing, I saw 2 red eyes glowing in the bathroom. I thought it was an electrical plug, but when we went in and flipped on the lights, nothing resembled what I saw in the hallway. There was a pretty cool rotary phone on the wall that I was going to take, but when Sean started bleeding all over the carpet, we had to leave fast. So, the next time you're in the market to purchase a home, you should ask your real estate agent if they've ever had to sell a haunted house. If they like you, you'll surely get at least one good story. This was mine free of charge, or better yet, first ones on the house. A long time ago, I worked the late shift at a warehouse connected to a shopping mall. Think Sears. Only 2 of us worked there at a time, so if one of us called in sick, the guy who was there alone would be screwed until the early crew showed up later that morning. We had others get hired, but they always quit. Here would be a typical night. You're in a well-lit building, so that wasn't really the problem. It was the things that you would see. You would be doing a task, for example, sweeping, inventory, and suddenly it would get cold. I mean, to the bone cold. Then you would look around and you'd catch a glimpse of someone moving fast, but there was never anybody there once you got a good look in that direction. It almost resembled someone moving through thick fog, but just for a split second. Also, on the outer edges of the buildings were corridors to offices and the mall itself. The offices and hallway had sensors. You would see sections of the building suddenly light up, and the sound of slamming doors. Sometimes, when I'd get a chill, it would be followed by a group of women chattering. Chattering that would soon be cut off suddenly, making it that much more obvious how much it was there to begin with. Again, there's never more than 2 people working, and sometimes we're alone. In the beginning, I would frequently check things out, coming up empty-handed almost every time. I say almost because it's a warehouse, and a pigeon or 2 had been the cause of certain sounds, just not the super haunted ones. We had a radio to blast just to drown out the random noise. That thing would just shut off for no reason, and it would stay off for hours. So many people would get hired and quit the job suddenly. They would rarely say why, but we knew. Some guy said that he was freaked out because he saw feet walking where they shouldn't be, and that was it. One time, though, this woman started working there. I asked her what she thought of the spirits, and she tells me, funny that you ask, because the building had a strange presence in her opinion. She said every evening before walking in, she would meditate and create a bubble around herself for protection. Me and my coworker look at each other and kind of scoff. Though we'd experienced some stuff, I guess we were still just assholes with shit to learn. She was nice, though, so I asked her to walk towards the part of the building that always felt the most off to her, gave her the creepiest vibes. Her turn to scoff. She basically said that she would do one better. Then she started meditating, just sitting in the middle of the ground in total silence. We stood there sort of unsure what to do. She stayed sitting for a while, but quickly hopped up and told us to follow her. We stood near the back door, closest to the parking lot, an area where I frequently saw shadows or glimpses of something moving quickly. She says that the parking lot is a staging area. Still, I never quite figured out if that was an official term or what it meant, but it stuck with me. She said that there were a lot of spirits there. They were looking for the light to move on to the next, but some didn't want to go. She adds that while meditating before work, she'd sometimes point to where the light was, and some spirits followed. She said if we were really bothered by the activity, we could ask the spirits to leave, saying it would just take some extra time and effort. So we basically just let her do that while we stood around. That girl ended up quitting because she got a better job, but for a few months we never heard or saw anything at night. For a while there, I just didn't even worry about it, went about my business. Then, a few months later, I was closing up, locking the doors just opposite of the one facing the parking lot, when I caught a glimpse of someone moving to the left. Then, I saw one of the very back sensor lights turn on. Sure enough, the sounds and sights returned, and it went back to the same routine. It was crazy stuff. Left the job probably a year and a half into it. This was over 10 years ago. But it still manages to be one of the more interesting, if not kind of scary, experiences I've had while on the job. When I was in 11th grade, I was dating a girl named Gigi. Our families didn't really care much for our lesbian relationship. And one night, her family situation became physically abusive, and she called my house from a payphone. It was 2 a.m. My dad answered. The only reason he'd woken me up is because Gigi sounded so upset on the phone. He might have thought that she was going to dump me or something. Regardless, he hands over the phone and she explains what happened. She tells me what street she's on, and I tell her that I'll come pick her up. That's where my dad drew the line. He said, "The hell you are." He said, "In no way am I going to take the car out." I only had a learner's permit, so I couldn't really argue the legal ramifications, if I would have been pulled over, that is. So, I got back on the phone. I told her that I'd run to her. The park that she was calling me from was only a mile or 2 from our house. My dad again interrupted me, told me flat out, if I leave this house tonight, that the doors would be locked when I tried to come home. Him saying that only made me want to do it more. So I did. I said, "Be right there," and hung up the phone. Then I got up, walked past my dad and out the front door. The suburbs of Detroit were empty that night. Freezing temperatures, the snow that was slowly accumulating on the sidewalk, and it was 2 a.m. I was the only soul on the street walking to Gigi. When I got to her, she'd taken shelter inside the phone booth. Temperatures were only going to get colder as the night progressed. I suggested that we use one of the many vacant houses to get out of the conditions for the night. We found a boarded-up Rambler and entered through the back door. We said hello a couple of times, making sure nobody was already occupying this location with the same idea we had. The place was an absolute mess and smelled terrible. But it was an insulated roof, 4 walls to protect us from the elements. So, we decided to stay. We didn't initially explore the house during the night. Both of us were exhausted, and all we had for a light source was Gigi's Bic. Sitting on the hardwood floor, I realized I didn't bring anything for warmth for an overnight outing. Thankfully, Gigi had done this before. She'd brought a sleeping bag, along with a few pieces of clothing that we also used to bundle up on the floor that night. We relied mostly on trying not to break the seal of our body heat, keeping us warm under the mix of clothes and a sleeping bag. It would have been impossible to actually fall asleep. The hard floorboards were uncomfortable, and all night, we both kept hearing the sound of others in the house. Footsteps and whispers from other rooms were clear enough for us to destroy our hot pocket bed and creep around the pitch-black house, trying to find where the sounds were coming from. Each time we thought we were getting close, the voices would sound like they were coming from another room. We poked our head into each room to confirm nobody or no animal was there. Then, we got back into our cocoon and tried to warm up again. A few minutes later, the sound started again. But this time, there were footsteps walking in the room we were laying in. Both of us just tucked our heads under the sleeping bag and hid, trembling together as the heavy steps walked past us. Back and forth. Then it would stop again. Gigi and I stayed hidden under her sleeping bag until the sun rose that next morning. As soon as there was light in the house, the sound stopped. Gigi and I got up and rechecked the rooms now that there was visibility once again, but we don't find anyone in any of the other rooms. We didn't find anyone until I looked closer at one of the trash piles in the back bedroom. There, reaching out from the bottom of this heap of trash, was a thin, decomposing arm. The sun perfectly bounced off the blue and silver watch that sparkled in the rays. We thought that it was a Halloween prop. The skin was discolored and sank deep into the curves of the bone. Having seen nothing like this before, we were convinced it was fake. Gigi liked the watch, so she walked over to it and attempts to lift up its arm to get a closer look. It's heavy as she begins to pull, and Gigi quickly realizes that's because there's a body attached to the arm. A dead body, badly decomposed. Gigi unintentionally pulled the arm off the body, but the long-sleeve shirt that they were wearing kept everything together when it was dragged out from underneath the trash. The corpse was only revealed to the shoulders before Gigi dropped it, and we both started screaming and ran for the door. In 1974, Detroit would experience one of the heaviest snowstorms on record. As we shivered inside through the night, outside it would snow over 19 inches. We were virtually trapped inside the abandoned house. A little over 1.5 feet doesn't seem that bad, but the front door was unusable. And the back door, it was already partially obstructed, with rubble from a falling roof, overgrown bushes, and other debris. We discovered the snow had packed in the little shimmy that we used to enter by crawling in the night before. Gigi had packed a couple of items for food that we could ration through the day, but we needed a plan to escape. In the hallway outside of the corpse room, the ceiling had a square-shaped wooden hatch that led to the attic. We pulled the kitchen table through the house until it was directly under the opening. I was a little shorter than Gigi and still couldn't reach it when I climbed onto the table. Gigi could, however, so I got under her feet and assisted in pushing her up into the attic. She spins around and tells me that she'll go call the fire department from the payphone. I blow her a kiss and watch her disappear from the square frame. Then I listen to her footsteps as she crosses the attic to the area that had caved in, leaving a gaping hole that led to the backyard. Snow had made it into the attic from the hole, and the ceiling creaked with the added pressure of Gigi's movement. Eventually, I would hear her scuffle from the shingles on the roof and drop into the snow outside the back door. She would then slowly make her way through the snow that reached up to her knees. She'd barely prepared for an overnight stay, but Gigi definitely didn't plan on walking miles through deep freezing snow with her thin bell-bottom jeans. Those were in no way protecting her from the cold. They were instantly wet, making each step feel like needles against her legs until they went numb. It was close to 5 in the morning, but with the thick clouds hanging above, the sun couldn't break through. The streets were still empty due to the record amount of snow that had fallen. Nobody in their right mind was going anywhere that day. The flurries and the wind made visibility practically impossible as Gigi slowly pushed through the white powder. While Gigi's gone, I sit on our sleeping bag nest and color in one of her notepads, trying to distract myself from the fact that I'm trapped alone in a condemned house with a corpse. Soon, I hear crunching and cracking moving about in the attic. I'm hoping Gigi's come back, but there's something deep in my soul that's telling me it hasn't been nearly enough time for Gigi to have made it to a payphone and back. Maybe she'd abandoned her mission. The conditions were too harsh and she was forced to turn around. But as I listened, the noises above my head, whoever was in the attic, they'd started running back and forth. You could tell where the snow had stopped its intrusion because the steps would have been louder on the wood as it was unbuffed by the snow. Moving left to right, the steps remained fast, but the crunch of snow became more and more present, back and forth, back and forth. Now I'm really praying that what I'm hearing might possibly be Gigi. I stood up and I walked over to the square frame that looks up into the attic. The footsteps continued, and they only stopped after I shouted out, "Gigi?" Then, the house becomes completely quiet again. The only thing I can hear is my heartbeat in my ears. I thought I was going to have my first anxiety attack. I walked back, sat on the sleeping bag to resume my coloring, but almost as soon as my pencil hit the notebook, a click echoes off the wall. In my peripheral vision, I see a door at the end of the hallway pop open a crack. My eyes would shoot back and forth from there into the ceiling, hoping not to see something crawling down from it. Then back to the door. It hadn't opened more. I didn't know what time it was. I couldn't measure how long I was there until I heard the sound of my dad's voice approaching with Gigi. They started calling my name and I started shouting back. My dad had brought a shovel and he was able to dig a big break through the original opening that we had outside the back door. I was able to get out. It was a miracle that Gigi and my dad had crossed paths. After I hadn't returned and the snowstorm happened, my dad went out looking for me. He knew the approximate area that I had taken the call from, as he had overheard last night, and he prayed that we were smart enough to find shelter. He didn't have a plan after that but to set out on foot and call my name along the way. He'd been walking since the sun came up, probably around the same time Gigi set out on her route. She heard him calling out for me and followed the voice until she reached my dad and practically collapsed into his arms. My dad carried her like a piggyback ride with her arms wrapped around his neck, and they went back to the house to rescue me. It took hours to walk back to our house. We were all exhibiting signs of hypothermia when we walked into the living room. My mom made us hot water bottles and gave us blankets. Then she called the police to report the body. Emergency services were slightly unreliable in those conditions, equally as stranded and helpless against the amount of snow collected on the pavement. If my dad hadn't started walking, Gigi would have most likely died out there, and nobody would have found me. I worked as a massage therapist in the late 2000s. Part of my training involved energy work. If you're not familiar, it's about guiding people into a state that feels deeper than relaxation, like slipping sideways into another headspace entirely. People cry, laugh, or remember things they've buried. It can get intense, but what happened during this one session went far beyond anything I'd ever seen or felt before. The client that day was already practiced in energy work herself, so I expected the session to feel strong. But from the second I began, the room literally shifted. The air didn't just feel warm, it felt thick, distorted, like I was moving underwater. Every sound seemed slightly muted, like the walls were absorbing it, and even the rhythm of my own breathing felt slowed. My palms tingled with each movement, and it was as if the whole space had a pulse, like the room itself was alive and responding to something. Halfway through the session, it changed again. The buzzing intensity gave way to something more focused, sharper, almost like attention had turned on me. And that's when I realized I wasn't just sensing energy anymore. I was sensing a presence. It felt like a young girl was standing in the corner of the room. I couldn't see her, but I knew she was there, the way that you know someone's staring at you from behind. She radiated this bone-deep sadness, frightened, lonely, and confused. The weight of it pressed down so hard, I almost lost my train of thought. I didn't say anything, partly because I didn't want to scare my client, and partly because I didn't trust my own mind in that moment. Maybe I was projecting. Maybe I was reading too much into the energy that we'd stirred up. So I stayed silent and finished the session as normally as I could. When it ended, I excused myself to wash my hands, trying to shake it off and reset. I told myself it was all imagination, just my brain firing strange signals while I worked. But when my client came out a few minutes later, she was crying hard. And while tears aren't unusual in this kind of work, the way she sobbed felt heavier, like she wasn't just releasing tension, but something else. I asked her if she was okay, and through tears she said, "This is going to sound insane, but my inner child came to me during that session. She sat with me. She told me she was scared of Bill, and that I needed to stay away from them." I froze. Because she thought that it was her inner child, I thought that it was a ghost girl. But either way, we'd both experienced something outside the ordinary. That building was old, close to 140 years at that point, and it carried the kind of creaks and shadows that made it feel more like one lifetime had passed through its walls. Maybe what she saw was a fragment of herself. Maybe what I felt was something left behind from the building's long history. All I know is that, for an hour, there were 3 of us in that room. Back in the early 90s, entertainment wasn't at our fingertips. It was at the mercy of the video rental store. If Blockbuster didn't have what you were looking for, you were stuck renting something called Deathworms 2 and pretending it was just as good. My friends and I were frequent customers, which is how I ended up with the cursed tape. It started like this. I was 17, my parents had gone out of town for the weekend, and my best friend Kyle showed up with a greasy pizza and a VHS that he swore was the scariest movie of all time. The tape didn't even have a label, just a strip of masking tape that said "Play Me," written in Sharpie. Obviously, this was the exact kind of decision-making that has killed thousands of teens in horror movies, but hey, the 90s were a lawless time. We popped it into the VCR, and there was nothing at first, just static. Then a flicker of a man's face. Not an actor, not some campy monster, just a guy, pale as a corpse, staring dead into the camera. Kyle started laughing like he'd pulled off the prank of the century, but when I asked him where he actually got it, he got cagey. "It was just sitting on the counter, Video World," he said. "They didn't even charge me for it." The man on the screen blinked. Then, in the cheeriest voice possible, he said, "Don't look behind you." Now, Kyle's the kind of guy who will throw popcorn at you during a movie just to watch you flinch. But we were both frozen. Because right after he said it, the lamp in the corner shut off by itself. I told Kyle it was faulty wiring, because apparently I like lying to myself in moments of crisis. We shut it off and switched to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Problem solved, or so we thought. That night I woke up at 2:13 a.m., sharp, to the sound of the VCR clicking. The thing had turned itself back on and was playing the tape again. The man's face filled the TV. He was closer this time. His eyes really wide, like he hadn't blinked for an hour. He whispered, "You left me alone." I yanked the plug out of the wall. It didn't matter. The screen played on anyways, buzzing faintly. Kyle, half asleep on the couch, mumbled, "Dude, just let it finish." Which, let me tell you, is not a normal response when you're watching a VHS possessed by Satan himself. The man on the screen said, "If you leave again, I'll come find you." That was enough. I grabbed the tape, ran outside in my boxers, and launched it into the trash like I was Michael Jordan. We went back inside, plugged the VCR back in, and everything seemed normal. But then there was static on the TV again, without the tape. And this time, instead of a man, it was Kyle's face. Same pale skin, same unblinking eyes, and his voice. "Don't look behind you." Kyle screamed at the exact same time as the TV Kyle. I didn't wait for Act 3 of this little performance. I unplugged the whole damn VCR, grabbed my keys, and made Kyle get in the car. We drove around until dawn, parked outside a 24-hour gas station like two exhausted fugitives. The next day, I tried to take the VCR to Goodwill. The old lady at the counter took one look at it, frowned, and said, "Not again." I didn't ask questions, just left it and bolted. Needless to say, I stream everything these days. Safer that way. I was house sitting for my aunt last summer while she was in Florida. She lives way out in the country, where the neighbors aren't close enough to hear you yell and the nights are so quiet you can hear your own heartbeat. It was my second night there. I'd just finished locking up for the evening, and my aunt's house backs up right against some thick stretch of woods. But there's a big yard in between, and a motion-activated floodlight on the back porch. It only goes out maybe 30 feet, and then everything past that is just dark. I was scrolling on my phone in the living room when I heard the floodlight click on. I figured maybe a deer wandered too close. She told me that they come through sometimes, so I peeked through the blinds. And that's when I saw a man. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. He was standing just outside the edge of the light, far enough back that the details were hard to make out. But I could tell it was a man. No movement, no flashlight, nothing in his hands, just still. I just stood there, waiting for him to step forward or turn or anything. He didn't. It was like he was staring at the house, but his head was tilted a little, studying something. I pulled my phone out and started recording through the blinds, but between the glass and the darkness, the camera barely picked up anything. My stomach was going crazy. I didn't want to take my eyes off of him to call 911, and then he took one slow step forward. I backed away from the window and ducked behind the couch so he couldn't see me if he got closer. My heart was pounding, stomach turning. Everything was so loud in my head, it felt like it was filling the room. I finally grabbed my phone and called the sheriff's office, whispering to the dispatcher what I was seeing. She told me to stay on the line, lock all the doors. When I peeked again, he was gone. The dispatcher said a deputy was on the way, but it would be about 20 minutes. That was maybe the longest 20 minutes of my life. I couldn't stop thinking about all the ways into the house, the sliding door in the kitchen, the side garage door that my aunt always left unlocked, even the windows upstairs. When the deputy finally arrived, I met him at the door, He walked the property with a flashlight, and I stayed on the porch, too scared to leave the light. He didn't find anyone, but there were footprints, big ones, leading from the tree line up toward the porch, and then back again. Here's the part I don't understand. The prints weren't from boots or sneakers. They were bare feet. The deputy didn't have much to say about that, except that people do weird things sometimes. He told me to keep the doors locked and call right away if I saw anything again. I sat up in the living room that night with all the lights on. Sleeping was not an option. I was facing the backyard, waiting for that floodlight to click on again. It never did. The rest of the week was uneventful, but I couldn't shake that feeling. I kept imagining him standing there, just out of the light, like he knew exactly where the shadows would hide him. My aunt doesn't have cameras, and I never got any clear footage from my phone. There's nothing I can show anyone to prove that it happened, but I know what I saw. And I know that I wasn't just looking at some random guy who was lost in the woods. He really felt like he was there for the house, or for me. I can't explain it, but I don't wish to experience it again. A few summers ago, 3 friends and I went hiking in the Selway Bitterroot Wilderness in Idaho. It's rough country, no cell service or marked trails in a lot of areas, and more wildlife than people for sure. On our second day, we came to a massive section of deadfall. Storms or old age had taken down dozens of pines, and they'd fallen in a tangled mess, crisscrossing each other 6 or 7 feet high in places. It looked like a giant had thrown a pile of pickup sticks into a forest. We could have backtracked, but it would have cost us hours, so we decided to pick our way through it. That's when I noticed something weird. The bark was gone, not in patches, completely stripped from some of the trunks. Smooth, pale wood, almost polished, like it had been peeled away. And on several of the bigger logs, there were deep claw marks, long, parallel gouges, as if something with massive hands and claws had raked through the wood. The highest ones were at least 12 feet off the ground. We joked at first, bear, Bigfoot, maybe some Park Service guys using climbing spikes, but none of us had ever seen anything like it. Then about 10 minutes into the deadfall, we heard movement. It wasn't coming from above like a squirrel or bird. It was underneath, heavy, deliberate, moving through the tangle in perfect time with us. Every time we paused, it paused. When we climbed over a trunk, there'd be a creak and a shift somewhere below, like weight pressing against wood. It never got closer or further away, just kept pace, always somewhere beneath the pile. At one point, Mason leaned down to look in a gap between 2 massive trunks. I'll never forget watching the color leave his face. I asked what he saw, but he shook his head and said, "Let's keep moving." We sped up after that, stumbling, scraping our shins, anything to get clear. The noises followed us right to the edge of the deadfall. Then, as soon as we stepped onto solid forest floor, it stopped. No crash of retreating footsteps or a sound climbing out. Just quiet. That night at camp, Mason finally told us what he saw. He said it was skin. Not fur or scales, just pale, stretched skin, moving in the dark gap below. He swore he saw it flex like something was pushing against it from the inside. Me and our friend Chase tried to laugh it off, joke it off, anything. But Mason was dead serious. And I remembered watching the color leave his face when he did see that thing. I don't know if I want to believe him, but I always have. And I know that I've avoided that section of forest ever since. The claw marks are probably still there, high above the ground, waiting for someone else to notice them. And for what? I don't know. But I'm not going to find out. Stay safe out there. We were living in Western Massachusetts at the time, in an old house, really old, built before 1865. My bedroom had a door that led directly into my sister's room, a leftover feature from when the house was originally divided differently. One night I woke up needing to use the bathroom. It was sometime after midnight, and the house was quiet in that thick, muffled way that old houses get when everyone's asleep. I sat up, groggy, and glanced toward my sister's room, just out of habit. And that's when I saw something. There was a figure standing at the end of her bed. Still, silent. It was watching her. My first thought was fear. I figured it was a trick of the dark, or maybe I had sleep in my eyes. I didn't move. I was afraid. I just closed my eyes and rubbed them, telling myself it would be gone when I looked again. But it wasn't. When I opened my eyes again, the figure was still there. Clearer this time. I could see the outline of shoulders, the shape of a head. It definitely wasn't my sister. It wasn't anyone I recognized. Something about the way it stood. It wasn't threatening, but it wasn't right either. I stood up and said, "Hey," just loud enough to cut through the quiet. And I swear to you, it turned to look at me, and it looked surprised. Not menacing, not ghostly or even demonic, just genuinely startled. Like it didn't expect me to see it. But then it moved, quickly, silently, stepping out of view toward the hallway that led to the upstairs landing. I crossed into my sister's room, and the room was empty. Besides her, sleeping, completely undisturbed. I moved out into the hallway, half expecting that to be empty too. But it wasn't. Our dog was sitting there, just past the doorway. She wasn't barking or growling. She was staring down the hallway, ears up, head tilted the way dogs do when they're confused. She didn't move until I touched her. And just like that, it was gone. Whatever it was, it never came back. I've tried rationalizing it a dozen different ways. Sleep hallucination, shadows, a dream. But I was awake. And I've never forgotten the look on that thing's face when it realized I could see it. That wasn't a dream. That was someone or something just passing through. When this happened, I'd been living with my uncle for the past year, ever since my mom had gotten sick and needed to stay in the hospital long term. He wasn't the most nurturing guy, mid-40s, a mechanic, the type of guy who communicated mostly in grunts and coffee refills. But he meant well. He gave me space, which I appreciated, especially with how rough things had been lately. We lived in a 2-story rental tucked just inside the tree line, at the edge of town. Not remote, but quiet. You could hear everything in that house, though. Pipes groaning, stairs creaking, branches scratching on the sides at night. I definitely had trouble sleeping. Actually, that's putting it lightly. I hadn't made it through a full night in months. Nightmares every single time. I'd wake up gasping, drenched in sweat, but never able to remember what I was actually dreaming about. One afternoon, I'd just woken up from a nap. I was on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, and my phone lit up with a missed call from Uncle Chris. A minute later, I heard the front door open. Then his voice, sharp and angry, called from the bottom of the stairs, "Emily!" I jumped. It wasn't like him to yell or use that tone with me. I sat up, already scrambling for an excuse. Had I forgotten to lock the shed, leave the dog out? But before I could say anything, my phone buzzed again. A text from Chris. "Hey, want anything from the store? I'm heading to check out." I stared at it, and then stared at the stairs. I called him. "You home?" I asked. "Nope," he said. "I'm still out. Why?" I didn't answer right away. I was just listening to the silence in the house. No footsteps or doors closing. The floorboards weren't creaking. Just the soft hum of the refrigerator and the ticking of the wall clock. "I thought I heard you say something," I finally said. "Never mind." When he got home, I didn't bring it up. I didn't want him to think I was losing it. But I was awake when it happened, lucid, clear-headed. I hadn't just come out of a nightmare. I'd been scrolling on my phone for a minute, drinking water, fully present. And still, I heard my name in his voice, clear as day, laced with some anger. I remember the morning after I found the front door unlocked. Neither of us had remembered leaving it that way. I never heard the voice again. I'm recalling the time I received a phone call from a former coworker. He started telling me his sister was missing for over a week. He was desperate and remembered that I was a PI. He told me that he wanted to hire me, so I agreed. Me and my partner. He signed a retainer. We gathered all the critical information that we needed and started. We were dealing with a young woman in her early 20s, pregnant, already missing for a week. His reason for hiring us is that he felt the police were moving too slow. I explained to him that as private investigators, we needed to contact the police department so they would know we were out there looking, asking questions, interviewing individuals who have seen or spoken to her. Perhaps people they may have interviewed or have their eyes on as a person of interest. We explained to him that missing can turn into something else, and respectfully, we didn't want to get in the way of the police department's case. We did agree to join the search party. We discreetly did so. We didn't want anyone knowing that we were part of the investigation for obvious reasons. Only the family knew. Of course, there was a high concern to find her. One thing about a missing person, one that's been missing for a week, they could be anywhere. We helped in looking everywhere. False leads, false sightings. We posted pictures of her all over the place. There were plenty of people. Some were even professionally trained to search for people missing in the wooded areas, and plenty of regular people who just wanted to be helpful. Throughout all of the searches, we kept in close contact with the family and the police department. We knew, again, that anything can change, take on a criminal nature at any time. And that's exactly what happened. After several weeks into the search, my coworker's parents called me, told me the police had contacted them, told them their daughter's case was assigned to the homicide division. It was no longer being treated as a missing persons case. Of course, hearing that, we backed off some. The last thing we wanted was to interfere with a homicide investigation, create future problems for ourselves as investigators who work primarily for the private sector. So unless they requested our assistance, we just sort of waited. Sadly, 3 days after that call, her body was discovered by people walking their dog in a wooded area of a park, partially decomposed and partially buried. It wasn't a place that we had been part of searching, but apparently it was an area that was part of the search. It was so sad for the family experiencing such a tremendous loss. That feeling of not knowing, the days and then weeks pass. As each day passes beyond that, you try to stay positive, but deep down in your gut, you are feeling this dread because you've explored her room, combed over all of her belongings, family things, personal things. The last conversations with people who knew her, who may have seen her. You kind of conclude from all of what you've gathered She doesn't fit the type that would have just walked away. Then that dreaded feeling and voice again rising up from your gut, telling you she's gone. So that's what happened. And they did catch the guy. They casted their net, located and traced the killer via CTV cameras. Cameras. I can't speak enough of these. It turned out to be some new guy that she'd met, someone the family didn't know about. He was tried, convicted, sentenced to 20 plus years. Not enough time, but more than most monsters get where I'm from. An eerie side note that came about after all of this was that during the search party, they'd even posted one of her pictures on a telephone pole right in front of the killer's house. When a person goes missing, sometimes they just seem to vanish into thin air. You exhaust all your avenues doing your darndest to find them. It feels like you're chasing a ghost that doesn't want to be seen or heard. But sometimes there is someone that knows and has all the details because they were there, and they may have caused this person to vanish. In the end, I guess I'm just glad the family didn't have to go on wondering. They got the closure that they deserved, but really, they all deserved so much better. I've shared this story before, and believe it or not, it was taken humorously. I may not go as far as calling you a bad person for laughing, but I can assure you, it's not a funny story. It's actually a story so traumatic that I can remember odd and every detail, and I was 7 years old when it happened. My bus stop was on a road that makes a super tight L shape. That's where me and the other kids from Deer Lake Elementary waited for the bus to pick us up in the morning. The bus stop area was designated by a big boulder on the side of the road in the grass, right at the elbow of the turn. After, it's another long road that branches off to different parts of the town, neighborhoods, and the school. If you go down even further, there's a graveyard at the end of it. A funeral procession was driving by one morning. Me and my friends see the hearse driving at us relatively fast. So all of us hop off the boulder and walk a couple of feet out of the way of the approaching hearse. The thing tries turning too late and hits the boulder head on. It was only going 20 at most, but it was enough to eject the casket out the back of the hearse. When it smacks onto the ground, both its doors pop open, and we get to see the peaceful old man resting in his casket slide past us. Problem is, coming up behind the hearse was the rest of the funeral attendees. First one's a blue Toyota truck with big tires. The guy driving doesn't see what happened from his vantage point. He knows how to take the turn, but he doesn't see the casket. He did feel the truck lift up a little bit on the front passenger side tire as it actually rolls into the open casket. The whole thing made a snap, as the wooden walls at the top of the casket was crushed under the truck, dropping it back down from its tilt. The driver was confused. I think he thought that he hit one of us bus stop kids because he immediately looked out his window at us with a, "Huh?" face. Then he hopped out and walked to the front of his truck and saw his tire inside the casket, flattening the upper half of the body like a pancake. He's like, "Oh no," and jumps back into the truck, throwing it into reverse and hitting the gas with enough torque to shoot the casket forward, out from under the body, spinning it around on concrete until it stopped in an Egyptian-looking pose. That's when me and my friends all went fucking nuts and ran home to our houses. From crash to pose, this whole thing lasted 12, 13 seconds at most, but I don't think I'll ever get the gross, flat-top corpse sliding around out of my core memories. Yuck and sad, really sad for the family. I'm sure they also didn't want that to happen. I had a serious car accident in Dallas, struck from behind on the I-635 North and the I-35 West split. The car in front of me came to a dead stop, while the traffic was 8 lanes full of cars, doing 75 miles an hour. 4 lanes split off to the left, 4 lanes to the right. I was in the left lane of the one splitting to the right, and obviously, the car in front of me had veered and the driver decided to stop, back up, and go left instead of right. Slammed on my brakes, and I swerved to the left to the guardrail. That ends there. I think in that moment, I'm going to die. I breathe a sense of relief when the car stopped, before going over the ledge and without hitting the stupid car in front of me, which had since moved on. The next thing, I was waking up from unconsciousness, and my entire car was destroyed. My head was turning, looking straight up at the roof, which was crinkled. I thought, oh my God, I've damaged my mother's car, as if I were a teenager, and passed out. It was not my mother's car. I was over 30, on my way to work in North Dallas. My mother works in Arlington. I woke up repeatedly, seeing the same crinkled roof above me and screaming crazy things like, "Where's Nicole? Where's my baby girl?" One time I woke up and a woman had gotten into my car. She was sitting in the passenger seat, and she held my hand. She soothingly told me that everything would be all right. I felt such warmth from her. I passed out, and I woke up and I saw her, felt her, holding my hand a few times. I remember her so vividly. So finally, one time when I woke up, I was in an ambulance. It had 2 beds. I asked the man in the bed across from me what happened. He said that he was behind me in an old Dodge Ram van, and after I swerved, he saw the stopped car and swerved too, but he didn't brake fast enough, and he had hit me and crushed my car. He was shocked, he said. "I can't believe you're alive." I asked, "Where's that lady? I really want to thank her." He replied, "What lady?" "The one who got into my car and sat with me. She held my hand, told me everything was okay, told me my daughter, Nicole, was not with me, that she was at school. She said Nicole's name. She said..." He interrupted, "Lady, nobody got in your car. Believe me. I was shocked when they pulled you out." When I went to see my car at the tow service yard that had removed it, it had been squished like a ball of aluminum between the van and the curved guardrail. It was an Acura, and the only place that was not squished up was where I was sitting. There was no passenger seat. It looked like somebody had cupped a huge hand over me and protected me. I don't know if she was a ghost, an angel, or my imagination, but she felt and sounded real and acted and made me feel like she knew me. I'm grateful. This is a real-life experience. I was spending a summer with my dad after I finished kindergarten before starting first grade. We lived in a double-wide trailer out in the sticks on a gravel back road. The type of area where you had some woods to play in or head across the street to the recently harvested cornfield to play kickball or tag or some other childhood game. My dad and I lived with my dad's brother and his wife, as well as their 2 daughters. My cousins were a little older than me, about 4 years or so. We decided to play hide and seek one evening in the woods behind the trailer. So many spots to hide, laying down behind a fallen tree, ducking in a riverbed. Heck, if you were really crafty, you could pick a tree and climb it until you could see the whole area. We're on like round 3 when my eldest cousin said, "Is that an abandoned trailer?" When we all regrouped, and me and her sister both shot glances in the direction of her stare, and sure enough, there it was. But it didn't look that old. Just had that standard moss on the sides and dirt buildup that you'd expect a trailer in the woods to have. We sat there and stared at it for a second, until my eldest piped up again and said, You guys want to check it out?" To which me and her sister, both young and eager to venture and rebel, quickly said yes. We get up right next to it, and we can see through the kitchen window, and it's definitely abandoned. But it's weird. Everything is so dusty and disorganized, but not trashed or ransacked. Just kind of like an unorganized clutter. We got to the front door, and oddly enough, it was unlocked. So we get inside, and the amount of dust in the air is so thick that you can feel it when you breathe, like trying to breathe through a t-shirt. We get to looking around, and there's so much cool stuff. An antique rotary phone, engraved wooden cooking utensils, old glass maple syrup decanters, etc. This place was like it was preserved in the 50s or 60s. We made our way back to the master bedroom, and it was so eerie. An old, freshly made bed with a heavy-duty wooden frame, a vanity with various perfumes, makeup items. There was even a small jewelry box, one of those ones with a ballerina in it. We started looking in the closet, and I see this old wedding dress preserved in clear plastic wrap. But it was weird because it looked like it had less dust on it than the other things. That's when a cold chill ran straight up my back and made every hair stand. I turned to my cousins and said, "I think we should leave now." And they agreed, but my oldest cousin grabbed the jewelry box and said, "Finders keepers," and took off with it. I wasn't going to fight her about it because I was younger and smaller and really just wanted to get out. As we're walking out, we notice one of those old candlesticks with a light bulb in it that was on the table lit up, like someone turned on a switch, but there was no way that this place had electricity. Immediately, we're all spooked, and we run out the door. As we're running away, we look back through the kitchen window again, and all we see is what looked like a silhouette of a very frail old lady with visibly frizzy hair. It was so dark, no features could be seen. My cousin still has the jewelry box to this day, and that still freaks me out. That's the end of this one, but I look forward to hearing yours as well. I can't help but wonder if a spirit is somehow making its presence known in our apartment. It all started when I suddenly felt a chilling sensation on my lower legs. I was sitting on the couch in the living room, and it was as if an icy breath brushed against my skin. It caused all the hairs on my body to stand up, and at that very moment, my daughter comes rushing to me, visibly scared and pointing towards the kitchen area where her little play kitchen is. She tells me it's too scary in there, still pointing to the kitchen. However, she doesn't elaborate, just cuddles up to me and doesn't move for the remainder of the afternoon until lunchtime. The combination of these two occurrences left me questioning my sanity because I felt scared. The feeling did eventually pass, but just a couple days later, something new started happening. The smell of smoke, repeatedly. There's nothing burning in the house, around the apartment. We don't have fireplaces, nothing. But the smell is so apparent, it might as well be happening inside the house. Deeply concerned after day 3 of this, I decided to confide in my best friend about the strangeness. I share with her that I've been repeatedly smelling smoke, as if a fire was burning in my room, even though there's no source of fire or smoke to be found. I told her at first I'd brushed it off as an oddity, thinking nothing more of it, but as the days go by, the scent of smoke returns, lingering in the air of my room. She's not as concerned as I am, understandable, but the smoke smell won't stop. The persistent phenomenon urges me to try and dive deeper into any possibilities. Driven by madness, curiosity, fear. No, it's fear. I researched online the best that I could for all possible explanations as to why I can smell smoke in my room when there's no logical source. As I immerse myself in the research, I get past all the obvious explanations that just don't fit my situation, and I'm led down a more paranormal path. Reading, I'm forced to imagine that it's possible we might have a ghost attached to our apartment, or worse, something attached to one of us. Last night, my daughter was in bed, and while I was busy feeding the dog, something extraordinary caught my attention. I glanced towards the entrance gate to our apartments, which I can see from my window, and there it is, a flickering flame, both big and small, just dancing in the darkness. This next part, I can't explain in a way that doesn't make me sound crazy, but it feels as if the ghostly entity is attempting to convey a message to me, using this display or using fire as its medium. Witnessing this, I'm spinning in thoughts of both awe and apprehension. As I got closer to the window, the flames seemed to grow greatly before disappearing entirely. Now, as a mother, I find myself standing at a bit of a crossroads. I'm for sure unsure about next steps. Part of me wonders if I should embrace this connection and even try to decipher potential messages being sent my way. But the other part of me says that I need to seek assistance in banishing this presence from our lives. The uncertainty weighs surprisingly heavily on my mind. I want to protect my family, provide a safe environment for my daughter. I can't afford to move right now, so what should I do? Any advice would be greatly appreciated as I navigate through this situation. Thank you. I want to start this off by saying that I'm a skeptic. I don't believe anything I haven't seen a scientific explanation for. And I even thought hypnotism was a scam until I got to know a hypnotist and I saw it work for real. I typically rationalize anything which cannot be explained by referring to nebulous explanations based on chance reflections of parallel universes. However, even though the episode I'm about to relate happened over 25 years ago, it's still very clear in my memory. I was 18 at the time. I'd recently acquired a full driver's license, and I'd borrowed my father's car, taken a few friends to a pub out in the countryside for a couple of quiet drinks on a Saturday night. After the pub closed, which it did after 10:30 p.m. in those days, we drove to a nearby town in search of a snack. We all had school the next day. Most of us were completely sober, including me, obviously. Being fairly late, the town was deserted and the only place open was McDonald's. They were also about to close, so we got some burgers and sat down at the window. There weren't really any other customers in there, and the staff were starting their final sweep around, ready to make a sharp exit as soon as it got to be 11 p.m. We had only just sat down when an elderly woman appeared at the table next to us. She didn't look quite put together nor scruffy. She didn't look homeless, but her clothes seemed somewhat old or worn. She immediately engaged all of us in conversation, which started off innocent and friendly, but rapidly became quite personal. The woman seemed to know an awful lot about us, even though none of us had ever seen her in our lives, and we didn't really know anyone in this town. She was alert and animated and spoke quickly, singling out people from the group in turn and discussing specific details of their lives. She had no possible way of knowing this information. Early in the exchange, she turned to me and said, "Of course, your grandfather was an engineer, wasn't he?" He was an engineer, but he died in 1951 and had never lived in the area, so she couldn't have known him. My friends were laughing along with her at first, but they went quiet one by one as she delivered more and more details that could not be determined by simple cold reading or written off as random statements. Unlike a fairground fortune teller, her statements were very specific, and she dominated the conversation, in a way that someone mining for information would not. She spontaneously started speaking in French to one of my female friends who understood the language, and then veered off into another language, which could have been Latin. She started to reassure people about very specific concerns that they'd had, ones that they'd not discussed or needed advice on, making occasional references to various deceased relatives. By this time, my female friends were visibly upset, and my male friends, who had had a couple beers, were dumbstruck. The woman stood and announced that she must go, as she was disturbing us. She headed for the door, and as it was now late, and the staff were looking like they wanted to go home, we stood up and followed her out of the restaurant. And here's the punchline. I was no more than a few paces behind her as she went through the first 2 doors leading onto the street. The exit was on the corner of the building and opened onto the intersection of 2 shopping streets. There were no other doorways, alleyways, or streets, none that could conceal anyone near the exit. But when I got outside, the woman had disappeared. All there were 2 completely empty streets. No cars, no pedestrians. Just shops closed for the night. Every time I've been back there since, I've stood there and wondered where she could have gone. We had a 15-minute journey home in the car, and there were floods of tears. Everyone was hysterical. I guess you had to be there, but it was scary in a deeply unsettling way. This happened a few years ago. My mother called me to tell me that she was going to have a birthday party for my father. We usually have dinner, so a party was something different. I wasn't really in the mood for it, only because he's a realtor and tons of people I didn't know would be there. Add the fact that the house has a medium-sized backyard with a pool, and the lighting inside sucks, so you're standing room only in the house and in near dark, with a little more room outside. It was all okay. I did my best to be social, but I stayed in the backyard for the most part. Looking around, I noticed a woman with a boy, 7 years old or so, basically attached at her hip. Anytime they caught my eye, he had his arms around her waist so tight and was looking at me blankly. I didn't approach them. I thought maybe he was autistic or not feeling well or something, but it seemed odd to bring him to this late-night party. When the party thinned out, my sister-in-law asked me, "What did you see?" I said, "What?" Like I didn't know what she was talking about, because at that moment I really didn't know. She said, "I felt something in the backyard, but you could see it. I could tell." I said I didn't see anything strange, but then I said that people shouldn't be bringing their kids to adult parties that run this late, especially when the child clearly doesn't want to be here. She said, "What child?" I pointed out the woman, and there was no longer a child by her side. So I said, I guess they had enough sense to take the boy home. She looked at me, horrified, saying, "There was no boy. That woman, she lost her son a few years back to cancer." I was told later, even by my parents, that there were no children at that party. I drove home freezing the whole time. I couldn't get past the boy's blank expression. Try to rest, little man. At my old middle school, there was a man that had been teaching English since my mom went to the same middle school years before. His name was Mr. H. He was one of the 2 8th-grade English teachers at the school, and I was not placed in his class. I was disappointed because Mr. H was supposed to be one of the cool teachers. All the student body loved him. He was old, nearing his early 80s by the time I was there, but fit for his age. He didn't look a day over 50. On his face, though, he had 3 large, very predominant scars that ran down his face and over his left eye, which he had covered with an eye patch. During a summer vacation in the 70s, Mr. H went on a solo hiking trip in Orange County. He was attacked by a cougar. If it wasn't for its deteriorated condition, Mr. H probably wouldn't have been able to fight it off. The cougar took out his eye with a swipe from its big paw. Mr. H was forced to start swinging blindly with the machete he had when the cougar was about to pounce again. Mr. H heard its legs dig into the gravel, and he knew which direction it was going to attack from. And with one Hail Mary home run swing, Mr. H made contact. The cat landed on him, sending both of them to the ground in a cloud of dust. The lifeless cat pinned Mr. H to the ground. He would then push the heavy creature off of him and walk back to civilization, injured and bloodied, before he could call for help. No cell phone days. When I told my mom the story, she was familiar with it, an alumni of the middle school herself. She was placed in his class for her 8th grade year. I was surprised to learn that. She'd never mentioned it before. I'd only heard from the older kids and some of their parents that Mr. H was the best. We didn't talk much more about it. Then I was nearing the end of high school, and we got to reminiscing about things. I brought up that teacher with the crazy scar and eye patch. I couldn't remember his name. So my mom says that she knew Mr. H before he had the scars, seeing him around when she was in 7th grade, and her 8th grade class was the first that he told the story to. Then, my mom says, that was a summer from hell. She tells me her best friend Jana was also attacked that summer, and as a result, the family moved away before the girls could start their school year together. On a late summer night, a radio station was having a contest, and Jana and my mom were listening to the broadcast. Jana was listening outside on her portable radio. She did this often as to not disturb the family by playing the radio in the house. Her plan, as she explained it to my mom through whispers over the phone, was to just run inside and use the phone if she knew the answer to the questions. My mom would also be listening to the radio, ready to answer the questions. This was a team effort. There were a series of questions, and in between them, they would have long musical breaks and advertisements. So while they waited for the DJs to come back on the airwaves, Jana decided to leave her gated patio deck and walked out to the front yard, where her and her mom were planting vegetables in a little garden. Although the patio had a little fence bordering it, the actual front yard did not. But the property line stretched far between the house and the street. The family had no animals, but that still made them feel more comfortable, having the sidewalk line be so far from the home. The neighborhood they lived in was also very safe, and what was about to happen was unheard of for that little residential neighborhood. While Jana is in the garden, she became distracted with the music and digging in the dirt with her small metal rake, when suddenly, the back of her shirt gets pulled with such lifting force that she goes from her hands and knees straight onto her back. Looking up, there's a man standing over her, staring at her through a paper bag mask with 2 holes ripped out for the eyes. Just as Jana is about to gather air in her lungs to scream, the man leans down, covering her mouth with his hand. He was wearing leather gloves, and the thick material began to smother her as he was trying to pick her up and take her to his car parked on the street. Jana still has the gardening rake in her hands, and using all the energy she has left, she thrusts it up through the paper bag mask, easily tearing into the material. The sharp prongs embedded themselves into the man's skin, deep enough for the rake to almost be pulled from her hand when the man dropped her back down. But as she fell back down into the grass, she held a tight grip on the handle of the rake, and it dragged down the man's entire face, shredding the mask and his flesh as he turned to run away. She never saw what he looked like, and she had no description for the police when she called to report the crime. The only evidence she had to prove her story was a shredded paper bag attached to a gardening rake and a vague description of the car. The incident traumatized Jana, and she didn't want to leave her house for the rest of the summer. My mom would always have to go to her house and hang out with her inside, with the few times they got to hang out before Jana left. My mom says that she would recount the story over and over, trying to figure out some missing piece. She never did figure it out, just a painful memory that caused her to live in constant fear. After telling me the story, it's kind of quiet. I don't know what to say. It sounds horrible. Then my mom asks if I think that her story and my story share similarities. Mr. H was a smaller built man. He was never extremely athletic, even in his youth when my mom attended school. Had he really fended off a 200-pound animal? Rumors began spreading around school that he hadn't traveled to Orange County that summer. Kids that weren't in his class telling other kids they'd spotted him around town sometime over the summer. Those stories could have easily been fabricated for attention, and many kids didn't buy into them. But as my mom would gaze at the side of his head while he spoke in class, the scratches were still in the beginning stages of healing when school had started. My mom said they looked pretty identical to what the slashings of a gardening tool could have been. She remained suspicious. And I mean she remained suspicious for a very long time, without my knowledge. My mom had called the school and specifically asked for me not to be in Mr. H's class. This being a touchy thing, and knowing that I'd see the guy every day, that he was well liked, my mom didn't share all of this until I was in high school. While I was there, he outlasted any staff that had suspicions of where he'd gotten his injuries on his face that summer, and he was able to fully lean into his story for years. But what do you think? I've had a few experiences, but this one happened not too long ago. I've been going to therapy for quite some time. At this point, I'd been with my current therapist for maybe 2 years. I was making progress and was really impressed with how much she'd been able to help me. She had 2 young kids who would come to her office on days when there was no school. There was a playroom set up across from her office. Usually a nanny would accompany the kids. There was never any disruption to our sessions, even though the children were young. I was almost as impressed by that as I was by her obvious skills. This day, she came in with her 2 kids and started upstairs. A much older woman was between her and her kids. I thought that she must have gotten a new nanny. She told me to come up and we settled in for our session, except I had an overwhelming feeling of sadness. I asked her if she was okay. She told me that she was, but, of course, she would say that because she has boundaries. I was looking past her at the closet with a dark wooden door when the strangest thing happened. The older woman that I'd seen behind her kids sort of materialized into the wood grain and then stepped forward behind my therapist. She put her hand on her shoulder. I asked my therapist if she was okay. She assured me she was. Then the older woman seemed to notice me. She spoke. "Tell her I'm okay." I pretended I didn't hear her. She said louder, "Tell her I'm okay." This time I said, "No." This was all happening not out loud, but telepathically. It's very hard to explain. I guess it's sort of like having your head and your heart working simultaneously. I didn't want to tell her that her dead mother was standing behind her, asking me to give her a really bland message from the beyond. I might have been willing to take a chance had she said, tell her about the time when she was 5 and we went to the beach and had a fish boil, or anything that wasn't so mundane. But I'm okay. I don't know. I asked my therapist one more time, and with greater urgency, "Are you sure you're okay?" This time she said, "Well, I just found out before I came to work that someone close to me died." I thought, yeah, no kidding. I told her I was sorry, and that we certainly didn't need to finish the session, since I also knew it was her mother, and she probably needed to make some sort of arrangements. Meanwhile, her mother continued to talk to me. Here's the thing. This is my therapist, not a friend, and I really liked her as a therapist. I didn't really want to tell her that I was seeing things. I also didn't want to pass on a message from the beyond. because it seemed like a really big boundary problem. I left. She told me she'd be gone for several weeks. In the ensuing weeks, I was obsessing about the message from her mother. Keep in mind, my therapist never told me who had died. When she came back to work, I scrounged up my courage and told her what had happened. I described what the woman had looked like, what she was wearing, what she said. I told her I knew it was a pretty bland message, but I had to tell her because I couldn't quit hearing it, and I had to say it out loud to her. She looked absolutely astonished. She told me that when her father passed, her mother would say, "I just wish I knew he was okay." It had become something that she obsessed about over the years. The message, "I'm okay," it meant a lot to her and her siblings. Go figure. I service fire equipment, so I drive a box truck and cover parts of Pennsylvania, New York, Ohio, Maryland, West Virginia. I was in rural Northwest Pennsylvania, returning from a service call and heading towards the interstate to go home. On my way to this customer, I saw a small pickup truck on the interstate whose right rear tire was steadily deflating. A mile or so before my exit, they pulled off to the side. I didn't stop to see if they needed help, and I felt a little bad about it. As I drove down this dark, twisty road, I passed a Dodge Durango pulled over into a barn driveway. There was a person lying on the ground behind it, struggling with something. It looked like a guy was trying to change a tire or get a spare out from under the Durango. Remembering the pickup from earlier, I decided to turn around and see if he needed some help. I pulled into the first driveway I saw, about a fourth a mile down the road, turned around and headed back. Halfway back, the Durango passed me, going the direction I had originally been headed. I got back to where I had seen the Durango, planning to turn around again, but as I swung into the driveway, my headlights caught a figure lying motionless in the snow. I stopped and jumped out just as the figure sat up. It was a woman, maybe in her 40s, in a thin, torn black skirt and top. Her hair was messy. Her eyes were starting to swell. She had red marks on her throat, and her lip was bleeding. I helped her up, got her into my truck, cranked up the heat. I'd taken my jacket off, so I gave it to her, and she covered her arms and torso. She didn't want to say anything. Her throat was sore, and she was badly frightened. I called 911 and they dispatched a police car. I gave her a bottle of water and she whispered, "Thank you," then sat with her head bowed and her eyes closed. It took about 15 minutes for the police car to get there, and she stayed silent. As the car pulled in, she said mostly to herself, "He's gonna arrest me." The trooper walked up and motioned me to exit, asked her if she needed an ambulance. She declined. Then asked me what had happened. I explained what I'd seen. He wrote everything down, then talked to her for a few minutes. He helped her out of the truck and into his car. She quietly thanked me for coming back because she thought that guy meant to kill her. As far as I know, she wasn't arrested. She was pretty beaten up, and the trooper spoke and handled her as if she were a victim of the assault. It was almost certainly a transaction, sex or drugs, that had gone very badly, which is why I think she believed she would be arrested. I never found out what happened. I watched the news outlets for that area for a while, but never found anything. So this happened a few years ago when I was at my boyfriend's place. His bedroom has this massive window, but most of it is covered with this weird milky screen. You couldn't see through it, except for the very top, maybe about a 20-centimeter strip of clear glass. One night we were just sitting in bed talking. It was really dark outside and we weren't paying attention to much beyond our conversation. At some point I happened to glance up at the window, and there he was, a man, standing in the garden, face inches from the glass, staring straight in. For a split second, my brain just couldn't process what I was seeing. It was so surreal, like something out of a horror movie. Just a face hovering up there in the darkness, watching us. But here's where my instincts completely failed me. Instead of screaming, hiding, or doing literally anything that would have made sense in this situation, I waved at him. And then, because my body apparently chose nervous breakdown over fight or flight, I started laughing. Like some kind of lunatic. Meanwhile, my boyfriend turned to see what I was looking at and immediately lost his shit. He scrambled out of bed, ready to charge outside, while I just sat there, still half laughing, half processing the fact that there was a full-grown man lurking in the damn garden. By the time we got outside, he was gone. Later, we found out how he had gotten up high enough to see through the uncovered part of the window. He had brought a pot from the garden, placed it under the window, and stood on it. Which means he didn't just stumble across the window and get curious. He planned to watch. He wanted to see inside. And I waved at him. So yeah, probably the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me, and I handled it in the worst possible way. Some people hear this story and think, wow, what a creepy coincidence. Others hear it and think, yeah, that was definitely a spirit. And honestly, some people laugh. But I believe this was my first paranormal experience. Many years ago, when I was around 7 years old, me and my family were at a cemetery visiting my grandfather, which we barely did because we lived so far away. It was actually my first visit. He had died when I was 3. By the time we visited the graveyard, it had changed a lot. A lot more people had died, and the graveyard had gotten bigger. It was raining, so I had my umbrella with me. It was small for a child. I was walking around with it to protect myself from the rain. I also remember really liking it. We were there for an hour just searching for my grandfather's grave, but we just couldn't find it. We searched every corner, but it seemed like it wasn't there. So my father wanted us to go home since we had a long drive ahead of us and needed to get back. So I went through the rows of graves back to my family, when suddenly my umbrella got stuck in a bush above one of the graves. I kept pushing and trying to pull it out, but it just wouldn't let go. Since I didn't want to leave the umbrella there, my father came up to me and tried to help. It took a while. I'm not even sure how it got stuck this bad to begin with, but it just wouldn't come out of the plant. When my father finally managed to untangle the umbrella from the bush, he looked up, only to see that the bush was on my grandfather's grave. It really felt like it was supposed to happen. I grew up in the 90s, and my dad was a single parent who worked on an oil rig. Whenever he was gone on a hitch, I would be left with my Aunt Phyllis, who was the manager of our local mall. Her office had a small TV and VCR, which I sat in front of for 40 hours a week. When I got a little older, most of my time was spent in the game room. It was always like a second home, a safe place. I was happy there. As a teenager, my friends and I would leave our bags in my aunt's office while we saw a movie next door. One day, we returned right as Phyllis was leaving, and I had to use the bathroom. She was in a hurry and told us to lock the doors when we left. My friend Kaylee joked that we should stay hidden in her office until closing and spend the night in the mall. Our other friend, Lexi, thought it was a great idea, and I was never great with peer pressure. You know that movie, Home is Where the Heart Is? The one where Natalie Portman gets knocked up and lives in a Walmart? Yeah, that's why they wanted to stay there. Anywho, we called our parents and said that we were staying with someone else, locked up, and stayed quiet. The security guard rattled the door as he walked by, but that was it. We waited an hour after closing just to be sure everyone was gone. The stores were all locked up, but we had the run of everything else. including the giant jungle playhouse that was usually overrun with kids. We were climbing to the top of the slide when Kaylee screamed and pulled Lexi and I below the side rails. "Someone's still in here," she whispered. By then, we had been in there for over a half an hour, and we were being pretty loud, and it wasn't that big of a mall. If someone was still inside, they knew we were there. I stood up to speak with whoever she saw, but no one was there. It didn't make sense that one of the janitors would run from 3 16-year-old girls. We got worried that they might have preferred waiting for the police and decided to leave. But all of the doors were locked, a problem we didn't foresee because we were stupid teenagers. There was an exit through the back of my aunt's office, but a solid 12-foot gate blocked our way out of the alley. The longer we stood around trying to think of a way out, the more we began to realize that no police were coming. If no cops were called, then why hadn't we been confronted? And then that begged the question, had Kaylee even seen a real person? Or had she freaked out over a mannequin in a window? Finally, we decided to go back inside to check. It was past midnight, and there was no reason for anyone to still be hanging around. By this point, Lexi and I were positive Kaylee imagined it, but Kaylee insisted she saw someone turn the corner. A lap around the mall only confirmed our theory, but it did nothing to sway Kaylee's conviction. We returned to the playhouse where we settled in to wait for morning and eventually dozed off. It was about 2:30 when the playhouse started to creak and groan under the weight of someone new. I woke up seconds before the others to see the horrifying toothless grin of a tweaked-out homeless man through one of the bubble windows. I screamed. He screamed. Kaylee and Lexi screamed, and we all continued screaming as we scrambled out of the playhouse. As we ran away, the man chased us, yelling about how he told us rotten boys to stay out of his house. When I had a chance to look back, he was brandishing a large hunting knife and swearing to leave our heads on spikes. Though, in his next breath, he vowed to leave our hanging bodies on display. Either way, we weren't going to stop to see his preference. We wanted to barricade ourselves into my aunt's office, but the only way to get a barrier between us and the crazy man was to hide in the restrooms. We managed to get the door shut behind us when the crazy guy crashed into it with a loud bang. The force pushed all 3 of us back, but we managed to hold it against his assault. There were a series of terrible noises as he repeatedly stabbed and slashed at the heavy wooden door. We threw all of our weight against it, just hoping he would tire first. There was nothing we could move and nothing heavy enough to barricade, so our stamina was the only thing keeping us alive. It's amazing how fast the police turn into allies when your life is truly in danger. A few hours ago, we were simply the enemy, but now we couldn't dial 911 fast enough. I didn't care if I'd be grounded for 6 months. I just wanted to get the hell out of that mall. Luckily, Lexi had her phone. The operator was calm and comforting. He accepted our situation with no questions about how or why we were locked in the mall. Any doubts about the validity of our claims were put to rest by my friend's blood-curdling screams, and also by the psycho's promises to show us our intestines before we die. This guy was nothing if not a Rolodex of murder methods. He threatened to burn the mall down with us inside and about 100 other things while the operator listened and encouraged us to keep holding the door. At one point, it swung open enough for him to get the knife inside, and there was a sickening crack as the door slammed back onto it. Then, it was his turn to scream. Combined with the sound of his knife clattering to the floor, this provided a moment of euphoric relief, but it was short-lived. He began running and throwing his entire body into the door. If he wasn't so high out of his mind to notice, he probably could have gotten in with how far it opened with each impact, but we were very lucky that night, all things considered. It only took 5 minutes for the police to arrive, but those minutes felt like hours, and our bodies were jello by the end. The cops chased the crazy guy back to his playhouse, where they subdued him with minimal effort. They said he was a homeless man that had been in and out of prison since he was our age. Apparently, he too had the brilliant idea to live in the mall, only he wasn't playing pretend like we were. Needless to say, we were all grounded for lengthy periods of time, but at least my aunt thought it was funny. I was worried she would be upset with me, but she believed almost getting murdered was punishment enough, and she was positive I would never pull that stunt again. And she was absolutely right. Senior year, 2011, my dad and I are driving home one late night after one of my volleyball tournaments. We live in Elma, Washington, which, if you don't know, it's rural as hell. With rural comes a lot of long roads, usually leading to nothing but houses and farmland. Our house is down one of those long roads. We've driven it 1,000 times, I'd have to guess. I even learned to drive on this road. It's not incredibly wide, that's for sure, or well lit, though it's rarely populated. We're never driving that fast because we don't hate our community. Plus, that night it was raining, and that's another reason to drive slower. Anyway, it was dark, raining. We'd been driving for over 2 hours, and I'd been dozing in and out most of that time. But now that we were on our road, I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. My dad was driving slowly, but I couldn't wait to be home, and I was already gathering my stuff, looking for my phone. My dad telling me to just wait a second when we have some light. I don't listen, turn on the cab light briefly. I go to unbuckle my seatbelt, and he asks me sternly if I'm serious, and tells me, "Don't even think about unbuckling that." This time I listened. I found my phone, so I turned off the light. As I switched the light off, I'm looking forward out the window. My dad and I both gasp at the exact same time. There's a man standing in the middle of the road. He only becomes visible just before there's no time to stop. Suddenly, my dad is swerving hard to the left, going clear into the other lane. He tried to overcorrect, and the combination of the rain and last-minute maneuvering, we didn't make a full 360, landed ourselves in the ditch. My dad checks to see if I'm okay, and thankfully, I'm fine. Once he confirms this, he immediately leaves the car and runs to the road. I grab my phone and follow him up the embankment. Just as my dad is about to reach the road, a blinding blue light flashes in front of us, lights up the whole area like it's daytime, just for a second, before darkness takes over again. My dad had sort of stumbled back, and I was there to help brace his fall. I asked him, even though I knew the answer, "Was that lightning?" He keeps going up towards the road. We search for the man on the road, but it's like he'd vanished into thin air. There's no driveways close enough. We were on the only side of the road that someone could be walking on. The surrounding area, it's nothing but scattered trees and open land. No man anywhere. My dad holds his phone over the road, where we'd seen the man. He tells me to look at it. When I do, I can see there's a blackened piece of the road, like someone had burned it, similar to when you light off a firework. It didn't seem incredibly significant, but my dad was sure hyper-focused on it. Then suddenly his phone rings, and it breaks his concentration after giving both of us the jump scare of our lives. Already too many for one night. It's my mom. So my dad quickly explains he needs her to come pull us out of the ditch with the other rig. While waiting for her, my dad says to me, "You know that wasn't lightning, right?" I had a feeling, I told him, especially when no thunder rolled in. I asked what he thought it was. He just told me he didn't really know, but that the mark on the road, the guy, and the light, they all seemed to appear in the exact same spot. Once my mom showed up, we used the headlights of the truck to scan the area, see if we'd missed anything in the vicinity, but there was nothing or no one out there with us. My parents were talking about it when we got home. My dad was still fired up about the whole thing, kept wondering if he should go out there and look for the guy or what. My mom convinced him to stay inside, saying that she's going to report what we saw to the police and let them check it out. When she asks us what he was wearing, what we saw, we both just sort of look at each other. What had they been wearing? I told my dad I couldn't be sure, but it looked like maybe he was wearing all one color. He sort of shook his head, no, but agreed verbally that, yeah, maybe all one color, like gray or some sort of blue. We couldn't seem to agree on the color. In fact, the more we thought about it, the less we could recall. Also, now sitting in the light of the dining room, it's obvious that my dad has some sort of markings or burns on his forearms and face. They look like sunburns, but in a line going horizontally across his upper body. We decided that the only thing that could have caused this was the bright light that flashed for a moment as we made our way up the embankment. My mom starts checking me over, looking for marks. Nothing, but she ordered both of us to take showers. This is probably a good time to mention that my mom is big on X-Files. She loves her aliens and fantasy shows. My dad too, but sci-fi, if you will, it's her favorite. She starts talking about how she saw that flash of light, chalked it up to lightning, till there was no thunder. She says that she knew my dad was about to call her, and that's why she called my dad. She also points out how it's odd that neither of us hit our heads, but we seem to be having memory problems from the last hour. We couldn't deny that what she was saying wasn't entirely insane. It was actually odd how we couldn't really recall any details of the figure in the road, and that we'd even started calling it the figure instead of the man. But I felt like I'd retained enough to grasp onto the fact that who or what we saw was a man. He was at least in the shape of one when we almost collided with him in our car. The whole thing, it still just leaves this unsettling oddity feeling. Like my dad and I try to laugh it off sometimes, yet it always leads back to this place where I know we're both just sitting there, thinking about it, wondering, speculating. Just something we'll never really have an answer for, I suppose. Yesterday, I was surprised to see an old friend's name in my unread messages. His name's Austin. We knew each other from elementary school. He contacted me asking if I remembered a birthday party we'd both been in attendance for. His inquiry wasn't pertaining to the actual festivities, more so what happened adjacent to the party. And boy, did I remember. The birthday was being held at the apartment complex this kid lived in. The family had rented out the cabana for the day. The inside had air hockey, table tennis, and a few arcade games, which were all set to free play during the duration of the rental. Out the back doors was a long path that led to a lake with a dock. That's where most of the kids were playing that day. At that time in my life, I was very self-conscious about my body image. I was quite large compared to my peers, and they wouldn't hesitate to remind me any chance they got. As an adult, I'm able to understand that children are just holistically dumb. Fat jokes were the only low-hanging fruit of comedy their grubby little paws could grasp. But as a kid, it was traumatic. Needless to say, I spent the majority of my time in the cabana, pretending that I was too obsessed with getting high scores in the arcade games to bother with the water. Austin was also in the cabana that day because he had a big cast on his arm from a break he sustained a few months prior. This being the 90s, the small amount of chaperone supervision was focused primarily down by the lake, meaning Austin and I were alone in the cabana for most of the party. Personally, I preferred this, but Austin wanted to sneak away and explore the whole cabana. It was a huge building, and surely there had to be more exciting stuff compared to what was in the designated game room. I don't know what we were expecting to find that would be cooler than what was in the game room, but again, we were holistically dumb. And with no adult in sight, Austin and I opened the unlocked staff-only door located on one of these walls. The door led into a small hallway that led to a stairwell. Austin led the way as we climbed the flight of stairs. First door we found was locked, so we walked up another flight and tried the next one. It opened. Through this door was another hallway. It was dark. Keeping the stairwell door open, we used the light to search for a light switch, but there were none on the walls. I looked up, and there weren't even light fixtures on the ceiling, almost like it was under construction. But from the stairwell glow, the rest of the visible hallway looked intact. Clean carpet, no musky odors. We could also see another door directly across the way. It was a large glass door. It looked slightly illuminated from the sunlight coming in from the room's windows. Seeing that as our next destination, we let the stairwell door close behind us, turning the hallway black again, aside from the light emanating from the glass door in front of us. It was about 20 paces from where we were, but we were both a bit spooked, standing in the dark, quiet hallway. Austin was more hesitant to take the lead this time, and we walked parallel, approaching the door. After the first few steps, I began to feel that overwhelming sense of dread, like something was waiting to grab us from the shadows. The only reason I continued walking was because I didn't want to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. Out of nowhere, Austin says, "What?" And so I say, "What?" And he says, "Were you just whispering?" I say no, and he gives a forced laugh and says, "Oh, weird." Most likely trying not to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. So we continue towards the glass door. The sense of dread has only grown in my stomach, and I swear I see movement in the black around us. I don't know if I actually saw the dark moving, but to this day, I haven't seen anything like what I was seeing in that hallway. It was like waves of shadows rippling around the walls. My eyes couldn't comprehend exactly what I was seeing. Then, I feel Austin's cast pressed against my chest, stopping my stride. He doesn't have to tell me why we stopped, because when I stare directly forward again at the glass door, there's now a silhouette on the other side of the glass, blocking out a portion of the door's light. It stood completely still, examining us from the other side. We froze, holding our breath in fear, until the shadow disappeared like a blink, as if it was never there. The door once again had a soft glow fully engulfing the glass and the carpet in front of the door. It was gone faster than we could react. Austin and I remained statued for a good couple of seconds before our brains told us to panic and run. When we get to the stairwell door, the handle acts as if it's locked, and Austin starts pounding on the door with his cast while we both cry out in terror. It's only after 5 or 6 desperate shakes that the door handle fully turns, and the door pops open into the stairwell with ease. At this point, we're both in tears, absolutely bawling as we run down the stairs back to the cabana game room. When we get back, there's thankfully still no one in there, and we have enough time to go to the bathroom and get cleaned up. We agree that we couldn't tell anyone because we knew that we'd get in trouble for trespassing past the staff-only door. Honestly, after that, the rest of the party was a blur. I don't even remember if I sang happy birthday to the kid before leaving. But 30 years later, and still, I remember that hallway vividly. Unfortunately, being with someone almost makes it worse, because your brain can't just forget it as a distorted child memory. There's someone else out there that shares the very same, very real memory I experienced. Once, hiking between trails in McKinleyville, California, I stumbled upon a rural ranch property. My intention was to cut through one trail that would just lead me back to the road where I parked my car originally. However, I'd gotten myself lost. I decided to keep walking in the direction I was headed because I thought I'd heard someone. This being the 90s and no cell phones, I was hopeful that these people would help me find my way. I spotted 2 young men standing behind a barn-looking structure, smoking what smelled like marijuana. The whole area smelled like marijuana. The older of the 2, he made eye contact with me and alerted the smaller boy of my presence. Just as I started in their direction, the smaller one ran to an unknown destination, while the other one told me to get out of there. At the time, I thought maybe they were just being smart kids not talking to a stranger, so I proceeded on my way, assuming I'd likely run into someone else too. The structure the boy stood behind wasn't in shambles. It almost looked as though it was new. I realized as I kept walking that the marijuana smell didn't really subside. And that's when it dawned on me. I was walking through someone's marijuana farm. Someone's illegal marijuana farm. I came upon a house from which I could see the end of the road in a kind of courtyard. There suddenly emerged a very angry older man, and he was wielding a rifle. Behind him, I could see the smaller boy standing inside the home. He'd gone to alert his grandfather, Shirley. Pops is yelling, waving his rifle at me, saying he's going to kill me. He made it clear I was to go back wherever I came from. I pointed to the road. It was just there in sight, but he wasn't having it, so I backtracked a bit. The moment he turned back towards the house, I ran towards a nearby trail, but was spotted as he turned back again. He began to come towards the trail, still carrying that rifle. Now, he was firing shots. I was running up the trail, and as soon as I was out of the line of sight, I jumped down off the trail, hiding under a huge bush, and taking off my sweatshirt, a quite visible red and blue, burying it under me. I could hear the man, but I didn't dare look. Eyes see eyes and all. He turned and headed back toward the house, right in front of the bush. After several minutes, I made the hike back in the direction I'd originally come from, far away from this man's house and those kids. I could swear that on the way back someone was following me. I'm even more sure of it now, knowing how vast those woods are and how highly illegal that shit was at the time. I was lucky to get the hell out of there, but it makes you wonder how many people have gotten themselves into the same mess, and were they so lucky? When I was about 14, I lived in an old house that once belonged to my great-grandmother. Right next door was an even older house that was once home to my great-grandmother's mother, Mama Roberts. Mama Roberts was dead, and I always suspected that she may have died in the house, because there was a creepy feel whenever you were in that house. We mostly used the house for storage, but there was also a ping pong table, and my friends would come over and we'd play ping pong in the house. One day, my friends and I were playing ping pong and it started to get late, so we turned off the lights in the house. My friends went home, and I went back to my house. After an hour or so, my parents called me and told me that the light was on in the house, right where we were playing ping pong. I was sure that I'd turned off the light, but I stepped outside. I saw that dark, scary house with the light on in the room where we had been. The thought of going into that house in the dark gave me goosebumps all over. I was very scared, but almost for no reason. And then I had a thought. Mama Roberts is my relative. She wouldn't hurt me. Her spirit may even be able to help me if she had the chance. So I shouted out to the house and said, "Mama Roberts, I left the light on. Can you turn the light off?" That instant, the light went off. It still creeps me out, and that was 22 years ago. I've never told anyone about this, but I used to be terrified of the house that we moved into when I was 13. I'm an only child. My parents' bedroom was on the first floor, while mine was on the opposite end of the second floor. I chose it for that very reason, and regretted it by the third night. I was just going to bed when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs and down the hall. I assumed it was one of my parents and wondered what they could want so late, but the footsteps stopped just before my door. I waited for at least a couple of minutes, but they never moved or called out. So I opened the door to see what the deal was, and nobody was there. The next morning, I asked my parents which of them was creeping outside my door, but they denied ever getting out of bed. I thought my dad was messing with me, though I didn't care enough to press the issue. Spoiler alert, he wasn't. I'm not sure if it was weeks or months later before the next incident, but enough time went by that I had written the whole thing off. And then I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps pacing outside my door. I was terrified until, remembering it was probably just my dad, then I decided to beat him at his own game. Quietly, I crept towards the door. I pulled it open just as the steps passed by, but no one was there. It was just an empty hallway with nowhere to go. A cold breeze blew past me, and everything was dead silent. I was instantly terrified again. There was no explanation for what I heard, and I knew I hadn't dreamed it. The following morning, my parents denied any involvement. My mom joked that it was probably just a ghost. She and my dad both laughed it off, but that was the only explanation that made any sense, so I had to test the theory. That night, I took a bunch of candles into my room, and I held a makeshift seance. I only knew what I saw on TV, but I did my best to banish any lingering spirits regardless. I slept through the next several nights, but stayed up late that weekend, just to see if anything happened. The footsteps started just before 3 a.m., and it made my blood run cold. Again, they came up the stairs and began pacing outside my door. It continued for several minutes while I sat listening, frozen in terror. Finally, I worked up the courage to call out a tentative, "Hello?" Only once it was past my lips did I realize how awful it would be to hear a response. But thankfully, none were forthcoming. I tried to make myself get out of bed and open the door like the other nights, but I just couldn't. This time, my parents didn't find my story so endearing. They didn't want to hear about my mysterious footsteps anymore. And that was my last attempt for over a year. And again, at least a week passed before the next occurrence, maybe more. The footsteps were louder than usual and woke me just as before. I laid awake waiting for them to stop. But then there was a light tapping on my door, and a new level of fear coursed through me. It felt like it lasted an eternity, and even when it stopped, I couldn't fall back asleep. I'm pretty sure that's when my nightmares started as well. Sometimes I wasn't sure if something was a dream or reality, so I started leaving myself proof in various ways. Not too long after my 14th birthday, I woke to more tapping. But while I hid under my covers, the noises only got worse until the unthinkable happened. My doorknob began to turn. I could hear the metal and the slow creaking of the door opening. I couldn't not look at that point. I had to know what was coming through the door, for better or for worse. By then, I was sleeping with a flashlight under my pillow, an actual flashlight, no cell phones in those days, I'm afraid, and I sat up with it in one fast, embarrassingly spasmic motion. The door was halfway open, but no one was there. No one was ever there. I got up to close my door and put my vanity stool against it, so I would know that it hadn't been a dream. I dealt with similar incidents every few weeks for the entire time that I lived in that house. The worst incident happened when I was 16, and I woke to someone sitting on the foot of my bed. I lashed out with my feet and felt them connect with somebody's body. But once I sat up, the room was empty. After that, I started sneaking downstairs to sleep on the couch full time. If my parents woke up first, I'd pretend it was an accident. Or if I'd wake up first, I'd sneak back into my room. I tried bringing it up a couple more times over the years, but once they threatened to put me in therapy, I never mentioned it again. Life got much better after I went to college. My parents moved to a brand new house while I was away, and I never saw our old place again. But a few years ago, I worked up the nerve to ask my mom about the old house, and she very casually explained that a man had killed his wife in a jealous rage before ending his own life. All on the second floor, of course, and they just never felt comfortable going up there. I was speechless. I'm still kind of speechless. I mean, who does that? When I got upset, I was told that we simply couldn't afford to move at the time, and they felt like telling me the truth would only make my ghost dreams worse. Not gonna lie, I'm still a little bitter about it. Growing up, we used to play with Ouija boards a lot, but nothing actually happened. It was just a game to us, until we were 15. That's when Helen moved to our town. She said that her old house was haunted and that she could see spirits. We didn't believe her, but we asked if she ever did seances or went ghost hunting. Of course, she said that she did all of those things, including the Ouija board. So we invited her over for a slumber party at my house. There were 4 of us in total. After my parents went to bed, we got out the board, lit some candles, and Helen did her thing. We all had a hand on the planchette while she closed her eyes and muttered beneath her breath, but we couldn't understand a word of it. This went on for a couple of minutes until the planchette suddenly began to shake. It was only for a second, but we all felt it. Though it might be simple to push one across the board, I don't know how to make it vibrate without being noticeable. The board wasn't rigged. It was mine. Once that happened, she started asking questions. First was, "Do you want to speak with us?" And the planchette moved to yes. Next she asked, "Were you alive in this century?" And the response was no. She continued to say no to each preceding century until Helen asked, "Have you ever been alive?" And it said, no. She asked for its name, and there was no answer. But a globe fell from the shelf behind us. Despite the vibrating planchette in the beginning, we still believed all of her questions and answers were fake. But how could she make the globe fall? Things only got worse from there. Helen seemed like she was getting nervous. Her voice trembled when she asked, "Are you a demon?" The planchette shot to yes, and my bedroom door swung open. It had been latched shut, and I'm an only child. Plus, even if my parents had been awake, that isn't their style. They have zero sense of humor, as you're about to see. Helen looked at us for the first time since starting and urged us not to take our hands away until she said so. Then she began telling the demon that it wasn't welcome here, and my door slammed back shut with enough force to make me and one of the other girls recoil. We both let go. It happened the instant before Helen could say goodbye. She explained that using a Ouija board is like opening an actual door to the other side, and insisted that we had to close it again. We were all so frightened we would have done anything she said, but before we could start back, we heard loud footsteps coming down the hall. My door had woken my parents, and now my dad was angry. We screamed when he entered. Waking them up had been the last thing on our mind. Needless to say, the board was taken away, and he didn't want to hear about our emergent need to close the spiritual door. Not when he had to be up for work in 4 hours. At first, we were too scared to go to sleep, but over time, we convinced ourselves everything was a coincidence. All of us except for Helen, of course. I don't know what time it was when I woke up again, but it was before 4 because my dad hadn't gotten to work yet. There was a light whimpering sound coming from one of the other girls. When I looked to my right, I saw Helen, shrunken into her sleeping bag, staring into the corner with tears streaming down the sides of her face. I followed her gaze. I saw a menacing, hunched-over figure standing in the shadows, only it wasn't a shadow. The mass looked like a cloud of black smoke, shaped into a crippled old man. Then, before our very eyes, it straightened up and pointed its long-nosed face upwards toward the ceiling. and vanished. The activity continued after my friends left the next day, and my parents blamed me for every slammed door or broken dish. I had nightmares of demonic creatures standing around my bed, trying to crawl into my body. I begged my parents to return the Ouija board, but they said I was using it as an excuse. It was 4 weeks of misery before they finally believed me. One day, we were eating dinner together in the kitchen when Mom's water glass spilled by itself. No one's hand was anywhere near it. It just toppled over. Mom pushed her seat back, grabbed a towel for the mess, but her chair wasn't jostled in the shuffle. It remained perfectly upright as she darted away. Then, it began to tilt backwards, as if someone were pulling on it. We all froze as it tipped back on its front legs before being violently knocked onto its side. Mom screamed. Dad sat in confused silence, and I said, "I told you so." Mom was ready to switch sides right then, but Dad didn't fully come around until he was walking into the kitchen and felt a hand grab his leg. It even left fingerprints on his skin. That weekend, I was allowed to invite Helen back, and my parents returned the Ouija board. They also promptly confiscated it again once Helen was finished closing the door. I can't say that I cared. I'd already decided never to touch one again, and to this day, I haven't, but burned into the backyard. I didn't have nightmares anymore. There were no more strange figures. All in all, I'd say I got off easy. I don't usually post, but this happened last night, and I can't get it out of my head. I was home alone, my girlfriend's out of town for work, my roommate's visiting family. Just me, the dog, in a quiet street where you usually only see neighbors that you know. It was around 9 p.m., already dark. I had the TV low in the living room when the dog hopped off the couch and stood like a statue at the front door. No barking, just locked in that stiff, alert stance. And that's when I heard, "Hey, you home?" It was my best friend's voice, no question. I've known him since middle school, and I could pick his voice out anywhere. At first I thought maybe he'd flown in as a surprise. Weird, but not impossible. I started to open the door and then hesitated and peeked through the blinds. There was nobody there. Driveway was empty. Yard empty. My porch light was on. I should have seen someone walking away. The dog's tail was tucked now, ears pinned back. Then it came again, softer and stretched out. "Hey, you home?" This time it was coming from the driveway. I felt a cold crawl up my back. I shut off the porch light to get a better look into the dark. But there was nothing moving. My dog let out a low growl. She only uses this when she means it. Here's the problem. I text my friend that morning. He's across the country. No car here, no way that he'd be in my driveway. I text him anyway. "Yo, you messing with me?" His reply came quick. "What? What's up, dude?" Before I could even respond to him, "Hey, you home?" Closer now, right outside the steps. I was panicking internally, deciding what my next move would be, when my dog suddenly tore toward the back door, barking like crazy. I peeked through the kitchen window. No one. I called the cops. They showed up about 10 minutes later. By then, there was just silence and no voice. They walked the yard, checked the street. Nothing. Not even footprints in the gravel. Tire marks, nothing. One officer suggested I was imagining it, being alone all day. But I know what I heard. It wasn't kind of like my friend's voice. It was him. Perfect. Yet, no one was there. And that's the part that keeps me awake. If something out there can sound exactly like someone you trust, what happens when you open the door? I never put much thought into possession until I saw it happen to my sister. This was back in 2016. I was 19. She was 25. We were close. Grew up more like twins than siblings. She was the one who taught me how to drive, who covered for me when I snuck out, who made sure I had money for lunch when our mom forgot. She was solid, grounded, not someone you'd think would crack. It started after she moved into a new place, just a little one-bedroom over Klamath Falls in Oregon. Real bare bones, but it was hers. First time on her own. She called me about a week after she moved in. I knew something was off. Her voice was slow, measured, like she was thinking too hard about every word. I asked if everything was okay, and she said, "I think someone's in the house." I asked if she meant someone broke in, and she said, "No, they're not here, but they're here." I didn't know what that meant. Over the next few days, she called less and less. Then one night she called and said that she couldn't sleep because something was talking to her. Not out loud, not in dreams, behind her eyes. That's what she said. I drove down the next day. When I got there, I almost didn't recognize her. She looked thinner, like she hadn't been eating. Eyes were sunken, and her home smelled like burnt matches and copper, even though nothing was burning. She didn't even greet me. She just stood there and said, "It knows you're here." I asked what she meant, and she gave this half smile that wasn't hers. I swear to God it wasn't hers. Her eyes didn't match. You ever see someone smile, but their eyes look bored or angry? That's what this was. I tried to get her to leave with me, but she refused, started crying, then laughing, said that it wouldn't let her. That night, I stayed on the couch. She barely came out of her room. Around 2 a.m., I heard her talking, not whispering, talking, low, fast, rhythmic, a language I didn't understand. I pressed my ear to the door and nearly puked. It wasn't one voice. It was two. One was hers, but the other, it wasn't. I don't even think it was human. It had this vibration to it. I think it's what made me sick. It was too low for my ears to handle. I felt it more than I heard it, and it made my skin crawl. And then everything went silent for 10 seconds, maybe 15. Then her voice, just hers, said, "It's hungry." I opened the door. She was on the floor sitting cross-legged, staring at the wall. She looked up at me and said, "Don't let it in your house, please." I dragged her out of that place that night. Didn't care what she said. I took her back home with me. She fought me the whole drive, but then passed out cold by the time we pulled into my driveway. She stayed with me for a month, wouldn't sleep in the dark, wouldn't eat if I didn't sit with her. I called a therapist, a priest, even a paranormal group. Someone online had recommended them. No one helped. Most didn't even call back. Then one morning, I woke up to find her gone. No note, nothing. Her phone left behind. I eventually got a call from a hospital in Bend. She checked herself in under a different name, and then somehow they'd identified her. When I visited, she was calm, clear. She looked healthier than I'd seen her in months. No shadows under her eyes, no weird shifts in her voice. It was like someone had flipped her back on. I asked what happened, what finally helped. She said she met someone, a woman who knew what it was. It turns out while she was in Bend, she'd started talking to a nurse who'd grown up on a reservation nearby. She said this nurse introduced her to someone, a kind of healer, not a priest, not a therapist, just someone who knew how to deal with spirits, someone who believed her. I don't know what they did exactly. My sister wouldn't tell me much. Only that it wasn't some big ritual or dramatic scene like you'd see in a movie. Just a quiet, deliberate process that took days. A kind of extraction, she said. It's not gone, she told me, but it doesn't live in me anymore. I remember she looked out the window after she said that, and she added, she helped me send it back. We don't really talk much anymore. She's alive, she works, she seems normal. But every time we do talk, she ends the call the same way. Don't invite it in. I never asked what it really was, and I never went back to her place. But sometimes, when I'm alone, I catch my reflection in a dark window. I wonder if whatever was inside of her is still out there. And I wonder if it remembers me. I grew up in a small, quiet suburb just outside a mid-sized city. Our neighborhood was fairly new at the time. Most of the houses built within a few years of each other. Cookie-cutter homes with trimmed lawns, white mailboxes, and friendly neighbors who all waved when they drove by. Behind our house, though, was something different. Our backyard backed into a large, forested ravine. Not the kind of deep ravine with cliffs or running water, but a wild, overgrown stretch of trees and brush that dipped down sharply from the edge of our yard. It stretched on for what seemed like miles, twisting and narrowing until it disappeared into the distance. No trails, no playgrounds, just thick woods and whatever animals called it home. My bedroom was on the ground floor at the back of the house, which meant my window looked directly into the trees. During the day, it was actually kind of beautiful. Sunlight filtered through the leaves. Deer wandered close to the fence, birds nearby. But at night, the ravine felt like a different place. It was always too quiet, and the trees would press in just enough that you couldn't really see what was out there. The kind of dark that made you hesitate before opening the curtains. Over the span of 5 years, I saw the same man walk through my bedroom 4 separate times. He always appeared the same way, just there. 1 second the room would be still. The next he was walking through it like it was a hallway he'd been down 100 times before. Middle-aged, flannel shirt, blue jeans, red baseball cap, always holding a dog leash in his right hand. No dog. Each time, he'd stop in the exact same spot, just past the foot of my bed. He'd look around like he was searching for something or listening. His expression wasn't angry or sad, just focused, intent. Then, without a word or sound, he'd turn and walk toward the back wall of my room, through it, right toward the ravine, and then he would be gone. I never heard a sound, no footsteps, no rustle of fabric, just movement, presence. The first time it happened, I was maybe 10 or 11. I was terrified, screamed for my parents. My dad came rushing in, but of course, no one was there. He searched the house, checked the locks, even walked outside with a flashlight just to be sure. Nothing. They told me it was a dream, that I must have been half asleep. Maybe I would have believed that, until it happened again, and again. Every few years, same man, same clothes, same path. By the last time, I wasn't even scared anymore, just uneasy, watching him stop, look around, and disappear toward the woods like he always did. The only detail that ever changed was the look on his face. The final time I saw him, he looked tired. Not in a physical way, but emotionally, like someone running out of hope. I always got the sense that he had lost something important. The leash was the giveaway. He never said anything, but I think whatever he was searching for, it wasn't in the house. It was in the ravine. My theory is simple. I think he lost his dog out there, maybe years ago, long before the houses were built. Maybe it disappeared one day, and he went out looking, day after day, until it broke him. And now, he still is. Whatever he was, spirit, memory, imprint, he didn't feel threatening, just stuck, wandering through places that no longer exist, following the same path that he used to take when he had hope of finding what he had lost. We moved out years ago. The new owners cut back the trees, built a tall fence along the property line. Every time I drive past the neighborhood, I wonder if he still walks that same path, if he's still looking,